Good morning. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of March 10th, 2021 to order. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the Order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192, and as such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If committee members lose connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. The committee is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. And Councillor, we do basically have bare quorum, or not very many extra, at one only at this time. So please do make sure that we can see, the clerk can see you, so that we don't lose quorum. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having cared for this land, and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work very hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Chair Carr is in the chair. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
I heard him say present. Maybe turn your volume up, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe has a leave of absence from 9:30 to 1:30 today. Councillor Boyle also has a leave of absence from 9 until noon today. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh.
Present.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you. I'll go over the plan for the day now. So following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer PHO order on gatherings and events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to the committee will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers when the turn comes up. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meetings so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to the committee using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form is also going to be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including our utmost respect for all genders. So I remind committee members that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, by role or title. We have 4 items on the agenda today, or we have a number of items, 4 staff reports, and also 4 motions that were referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by in-camera at 1 p.m., and reconvene the standing committee today at 4 p.m. Councillors, take note, it's a 1 hour later than normal, so it's a 3-hour in camera. We will begin with consent items that have no speakers. A reminder that when presentations are being streamed, the public live feed does have a slight delay. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that do not have speakers or presentations or consideration items, we can adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers for items 2 and 3. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to staff? Madam Clerk, City Clerk, I do not have sorry, we're going to have to suspend this just for a moment because I do not have the list of So I guess nobody's on the speaker's queue. That's fine. No one is going to hold 2 or 3. So does any member wish to
I'm
declare
sorry,
a
I'm just trying to privilege.
Yes, okay. Are you trying to get on the speaker's list?
Yes, I am.
Okay, actually, I am just going to hold the proceedings right this moment and just ask for um, IT. No, that it. I cannot see your name appearing.
No, I'm trying to get on the speaker's list. I'm
All right.
having
Well,
some
I'll
technical
just
but
let me
point of
just put
privilege.
you
I
on.
I will just I will take myself off. That's fine.
No,
Or
no,
yeah,
I've got
no,
you
that's
on.
okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Carr.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, you're up.
Yes, I'm interested in seeing the rezoning proposal at 110, 150 West 4th Avenue. So that's number 2.
It is number 2. Okay. No problem. I am seeing no one else on the list. So, again, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on item 3? We need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in
So
item
moved.
3 then. Thank you. And at this point, I'm just going to call all those in favor say yay.
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 Any of those opposed say nay. That does carry unanimously. Great. So the following item has been approved on consent, which is item 3, 1566 Commercial Drive, 1174278 BC Limited, Bar Corso, liquor primary liquor license application, liquor establishment class 1. Great. Moving right along, we are now going to consider all the reports with presentation speakers or those held for debate. Before we begin, I want to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes to make comments and state whether you are in support or in opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under, as you know, no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted already on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item as a pilot for the next few months still, I will go over the speakers list of those who were not present earlier and give them an opportunity to speak. So the first item on our agenda is Women's Equity Strategy Updates and Next Steps. Paul Mokry, Acting City Manager, and Aftab Irfan, Chief Equity Officer, will provide opening remarks and along with various departmental staff who are on the line and available can answer questions. So Acting City Manager and Chief Equity Officer, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Carr and Council. Good morning. This is Acting City Manager Paul Mokry. Yeah, I'll provide some just very quick introductory comments, Council, and then our Chief Equity Officer, who I'm really delighted to have with us today present, has a brief presentation for you on the specific recommendations that we're seeking your endorsement on. And again, very pleased to be here today, in acknowledgement of International Women's Day on March 8th. We're here to provide the Council with an update on the action taken by the city under the Women's Equity Strategy. So this was a strategy adopted by your predecessors in January of 2018. It reflected a significant amount of work by Council staff, as well as in particular our Women's Advisory Committee, to put that strategy together, set out a series of priorities and action items to address inequities facing women in our city with respect to their safety, social and economic opportunity. We have now completed kind of the first phase of actions under that strategy. The report that you have in front of you details the various accomplishments and deliverables that were produced over the last couple of years since the strategy was passed. The presentation you're going to see today is really focused on adopting the next set of actions that we're recommending to Council. And so that is what AFTAB is going to walk you through. And again, we're really pleased to have the opportunity to present those to you. Obviously, lots of work yet to be done on this issue. The one additional point that I just wanted to comment on that isn't necessarily directly reflected in the report, but is certainly something that we're acutely cognizant of, is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the disproportionate impacts in particular on women. That is something that we are going to have to monitor and understand if there are additional actions that we will need to take over the coming years to address those impacts. Certainly, I think some of the themes and priorities that we've identified will contribute to addressing those, particularly, for example, in relation to safety and some of the really troubling statistics that we've seen and heard from the VPD around impacts on women's safety over the course of the last year. Some of the other really significant impacts that there's now evidence emerging on in relation to women's employment opportunities and income. Those are public policy that are largely outside the city's direct domain, but they're things that we are going to have to pay attention to, and we may be in a position to come back to you as we understand more clearly what those impacts are and where the city may be able to contribute. So just wanted to acknowledge that obviously the last year has seen some really remarkable changes, and this strategy doesn't necessarily fully take those into account. So that's a piece of work yet that is before us. So with that, Council, happy to introduce Aftab Irfan, our Chief Equity Officer, to present the details of our proposed actions from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Acting City Manager, and go ahead.
Good morning. Thanks very much for this opportunity to present, and I'll present along with one of the staff in the Equity Office, Therese Bullard, who was very close to putting together this strategy, women's equity strategy. I want to maybe also start by paying my respect to especially the matriarchs of this land, of Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam, and we know that the local cultures here were cultures where women had a lot of power and were leaders in so many ways. The women are culture carriers in these cultures, and they are they hold up the people, as often said by the local matriarch. So my respect to them. Therese, if we can see the slides, I'm just going to briefly introduce the women's equity strategy in the context of the larger suite of equity work that the city is engaged in at the moment. And in particular, to make the connection with something called the equity framework, which Council has recently been briefed on. That's a piece of work that we're doing that has not yet been adopted, but we are hoping will be a kind of umbrella document and an approach to equity for the city. So if you can go to the next slide, we've been starting to talk about the equity framework and also the reconciliation framework as the water, or the source of water, almost the well that informs all of our equity work. And essentially, what the equity framework proposes is that there are three kind of pillars, three components. The first one is that we do this work externally in the community. We also do it internally. That many of the things that the city does in its own operations and its own policies, in connection with its own workforce, those are pieces that need to be adjusted for this work to be done correctly and with integrity in the community. That's the first one. Secondly, that in doing equity work, we look at systemic issues. We don't leave it only to individual action and individual initiative to do the right thing, that we actually need to shift our systems in this direction. And the third component is that we look at doing equity work in an intersectional way. And in particular, that racial equity, which has often been left out of doing equity work, including within the women's movement until more recently, that gets addressed very clearly within our equity work. So based on this foundation, if you can click again, Therese, we have at least 4 at this moment, what I'm thinking of as identity-related strategies. So the women's equity strategy that you'll hear about today, trans and gender diverse inclusion strategy that has existed for a few years and actually is up for renewal, likely in the next couple of years. And then the accessibility strategy and an anti-racism strategy, which are in early stages of development. So, and if you can click one more time, essentially what happens with these identity-based strategies, and I want to say they are very important to have in the sense that if we keep talking about diversity and inclusion and equity in a broad way, it is very difficult to create concrete change that meets the specific needs of some of these groups. So taking a very specific lens on women, for example, we know is very important for moving things forward for women. And if you can click one more time, what happens in actual fact is that we have then a number of functional strategies, if you will, which intersect with our identity-based strategies. So the women's equity strategy doesn't get implemented on its own per se. It really gets implemented through a number of different projects and strategies, including the Healthy City strategy, the Housing Vancouver strategy. Those are the largest kind of functional strategies that intersect with this one. And then if you can click again, there's also a number of more internal facing initiatives that really, in a way, enable the implementation of the women's equity strategy and these other identity strategies. One of them being the gender diversity and intersectionality audit that Council asked for through motion, I believe exactly a year ago. And so Clerks has been working on that. They're here to answer questions about that. Council would have gotten a memo on that. But basically, this piece of work is looking at understanding the composition of council, of advisory bodies, and our kind of the political realm, and what barriers are faced and what can be done to increase diversity and inclusion, and reduce barriers in that area. We also have a similar kind of exercise internally for the staff, trying to understand their composition, first of all, and then what issues are being faced by different groups. We have an employee benchmark survey that's going to be launched in the next month. And so we are very much getting geared up to have that happen. And then out of that will be the creation of corporate action plans. Some of them, again, already in motion, in order to bring in an intersectional lens to the way that our departments do their work and advance equity. Some of the work in this area also has to do with infrastructure. I'm just highlighting on this slide the review of work yards and fire halls facilities to make sure, for example, that women have access to washrooms that are appropriate for them. So I just wanted to show this in a way to say, this is how we see these different strategies intersect with each other. By no means is this a trivial or simple matrix to even think through. I'm definitely very much still wrapping my head around, how do we articulate the effectiveness of our actions, both in the identity-based and these functional strategies, and how do we track that, and how do we bring it also to council in a way that makes sense. So for today, we're going to focus on the women's equity strategy and the intersection with some of these plans that you see on the screen. Therese, I'm going to hand it over to you to go through the details if you're ready. We can't hear you yet, Therese.
There we go, unmute. There we go. Thank you, Aftab. As Paul Mokri mentioned earlier, the focus of this part of the presentation is going to be on the phase 2 actions going forward. There is a detailed report that went to council that's available to the public if you want to see all of the work that was done during phase 1. I'm just going to provide a bit of background on the strategy first. There we go. So the City Council adopted the Women's Equity Strategy in January of 2018. It was framed as a 10-year strategy with high-level goals and a phased approach to implementation. This phased approach allows us to learn from our work and adapt to those learnings and to changing conditions over time. The goals of the strategy were chosen to align with other city strategies, as Aftab mentioned, and plans such as the Healthy City Strategy, Housing Vancouver, the Capital Plan, and other work that the city is doing. What the Women's Equity Strategy does is attempt to put a gendered lens on those other plans and strategies. Phase 1 was 2018-2019, and we're going into phase 2 now for 2021-2023. The early consultations into the development of the strategy identified 5 priority areas. The first foundational piece was an application of the intersectional lens to all of our work, including work in the other 4 areas. That being women's safety, access to quality and affordable childcare, access to safe, affordable housing, and women's leadership and representation within the city's workforce. The 5 priority areas are really linked, and we can't look at them independently because, for example, women's safety from violence is enhanced by a living wage, by affordable housing, by access to childcare, access to community supports, and a built environment that prioritizes women's safety in public spaces. And as I mentioned, the full council report provides details on the work carried out during 2018 and 2019. For phase 2, we've articulated 18 actions that we're proposing with 7 accountable departments that we hope will advance our work in this area. What we recognized during phase 1 was that we needed a stronger focus on systemic change and on intersectionality, and we hope that these 18 actions will support our work in enhancing that focus. For each priority area, we have a goal, we have an objective, and we have specific actions. So I'm just going to run through the goal, objective, and actions for each of the priority areas that we're proposing for phase 2. With the intersectional lens, the goal, as it was in phase 1, is that the city's decisions, programs, and plans are informed by an intersectional lens to ensure that all citizens have equitable access, inclusion, and participation in community life. Our phase 2 objective is that in 2023, an equity framework will be implemented for all city departments. And Aftab talked a bit about the equity framework and its connection to an intersectional approach. The phase 2 actions for the next 2 years that we're proposing is to finalize, adopt, and pilot and implement the equity framework citywide, to develop and deliver training on applying the equity framework, to support staff with tools to implement it in their daily work. And another important piece is to develop and implement systems to gather and refresh disaggregated data on which to base our decisions around the equity framework. 2 pieces of work around that are, as Aftab mentioned, to conduct a workforce equity and inclusion survey, or the workforce benchmark survey, and that will provide us with disaggregated data on our workforce. And the second is to systematize gender and diversity audit of Vancouver City Council and council operations, further to the council motion to support gender equity and diversity in Vancouver City Council. For each one measure of success or success factor for these strategies is accountability. So for these actions around the intersectional lens, the accountable departments are the city manager's office through the city clerks, as well as the equity office, working in close partnership with the departments of human resources and arts, culture, and community services. The next priority is women's safety. Our goal, as it was in phase 1, is Vancouver is a safe city in which women are secure and free from crime and violence, including sexual assault. The objective is by 2025, women's sense of safety will be increased by at least 10%. And this objective is aligned with the Healthy City Strategy. A couple of specific actions that will, actually 3 actions that will support our work in this is conduct a scoping study on sexual violence and sexual harassment in public spaces as part of the United Nations Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces project. The scoping study aims to improve the safety of women, two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse people in our public spaces. During phase 1, the city joined the United Nations Women's Global Flagship Initiative, UN Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces, which connected the city with a network of cities around the world working to make their spaces safer for women. And the scoping study is one of the actions that participating cities conduct as part of their work in this initiative. The second action is to develop a sex worker safety plan with focus on long-term goals and planning with internal departments and external partners. This second action builds on and continues the work that was started in 2011 with the formation of the City of Vancouver's Task Force on Sex Work and Sexual Exploitation, and in 2013 with the city's response to the Missing Women Commission of Inquiry. The third action under the priority of safety is to continue to engage with Indigenous communities and review and identify opportunities to integrate within our work key recommendations from Reclaiming Power in Place, the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and Red Women Rising, Indigenous women survivors in the downtown East Side. The accountable department for these three actions is Arts, Culture, and Community Services. For childcare, the goal is that women's full participation in the workforce and engagement in public life is supported by affordable and accessible quality childcare. The objective is tied to the Council's capital plan, that families' access to affordable and quality childcare is increased through partnerships with the province and other partners. Through a unique memorandum of understanding with the province, up to 2,300 new licensed spaces will be added to Vancouver's supply as part of the city's 2019 to 2022 capital plan. We have three phase 2 actions that we hope will support achieving that ambitious goal or objective. The first is develop a child care policy that addresses priority areas such as increasing equitable child care access and that aligns the child care policy with the Vancouver plan. The second is to conduct a child care design and regulatory review that looks at possible incentive programs, planning and regulatory tools aimed at accelerating the development of that affordable, accessible, and quality childcare. And finally, conduct a development process review aimed at enhancing the efficiency of internal and external processes related to permitting and licensing for childcare. For the goal of housing, we're looking at a range of affordable housing choices being available for women of diverse backgrounds and circumstances, including single parents, seniors, newcomers, and those facing vulnerable conditions. The objective in this area is aligned with the Housing Vancouver strategy, 2,000 new homes across Vancouver in the next 10 years. 50% of new homes serving households earning less than $80,000 per year, 40% of new homes large enough for families, and 65% of all new housing for renters. What the Women's Equity Strategy does there are two phase 2 actions that address specific needs that have been identified. The first is to conduct a needs assessment on obtaining and maintaining housing for hard-to-house women in the downtown East Side. Second is, through the Women's Legacy Project, plan and develop safe, affordable housing options for women, Two-Spirit, LGBTQ+, and gender diverse people and their families. The Women's Legacy Project strives to attract capital from senior levels of government and looks to co-create the functional programming and design of the project with the communities the project is intended to serve. And this will demonstrate the leadership of women, Two-Spirit, LGBTQ+, and gender diverse peoples in all aspects of creating this project, including management, design, trades, governance, and operations. The accountable departments for these two actions are Arts, Culture, and Community Services, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency, and Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. For leadership and representation, this is our internal look at our own workforce. Our goal is the city will elevate the visibility, influence, representation, and contribution of all women in the organization by providing equitable access to work opportunities, including leadership roles and other underrepresented occupations, and by creating and implementing initiatives to specifically enhance their development and leadership. When we talk about underrepresented occupations, we're talking about those historically underrepresented roles such as trades, firefighting, engineering-related positions, IT technical positions, and entry-level operational roles in construction, streets, sanitation, and parks. Our phase 2 objectives are to establish and implement goals for diverse staffing and identify and remove barriers within the city for women in underrepresented occupations, and with respect to leadership, identify and remove barriers to women's advancement and inclusion in leadership to ensure parity in new hiring and equitable representation within the city's leadership. The objectives for our leadership and representation are framed this way because we didn't want to establish targets until we had the results of the Employee Equity and Inclusion Survey. Once we have that, we'll have disaggregated data and we'll be able to meaningfully apply an intersectional lens on these goals and we'll be able to align those goals with the equity framework. The gender breakdowns for underrepresented occupations are in that detailed report to council. It provides an update on where we started in phase 1 and where we landed at the end of phase 1. For senior leadership, our current representation is at 39%, which is up from 37% when we started. I wanted to point out that for a smaller group of executive leadership, a group of 73 leaders, women make up 52% of those roles. We have a few phase 2 actions that will support our work going forward. The first is to develop a corporate-wide equity and inclusion plan for the city's workforce that considers objectives based on disaggregated data, that identifies and addresses systemic barriers to full inclusion, and that includes individualized departmental abilities for implementation. The second is to update the city's individual and leadership development offerings with an emphasis on inclusive leadership skills. On this front, one thing that has already been done is the city's leadership competencies now reflect equity leadership, and these competencies have already been embedded into the city's performance planning and review process. And this training and these leadership development offerings will support those leadership competencies. 3, support or sponsor emerging women leaders to participate in leadership development programs. The 4th action is to increase recruitment outreach aimed at Indigenous people, women in underrepresented occupations, immigrants, and persons with disabilities. And finally, as Aftab mentioned earlier, review and evaluate the city's work yards and fire halls in order to develop facilities that provide equitable access to all staff and all genders. The accountable departments for these actions for 1 to 4 is the Department of Human Resources working with the Equity Office, and the 5th one is with the Department of Real Estate and Facilities Management. So that covers all of the phase 2 work that we're proposing. I'll turn it over now to questions.
Great. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I think Councillor Hardwick is on this queue as a holdover, so I'm going to just clear her. And Councillor Kirby Young, up to 5 minutes for questions.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you to staff for the presentation. I think that's a nice way to start off the day. I have a few questions. Perhaps my first one, I can zero in on the safety piece of it. And I appreciate this is an equity strategy and specific groups have been identified in terms of violence against sex workers, etc. I wonder if you can comment on the impact, or I guess kind of consolidating impact of what I'm hearing is a real sense of decreased safety from all women in the city. And so that has manifested itself in things like we've heard speakers at council that have said they live in Yaletown, they work in Gastown, and they used to walk, but they no longer do. And one speaker said she now takes a car share to do that. Or I've had other women email me that they're moving out of downtown in the city center because they no longer feel safe. And again, I recognize that we're identifying specific groups from an equity perspective here, but I wonder if you can comment on how you think those pieces fit together or exacerbate, because I'm hearing that loud and clear from all women in the city.
Mary Claire, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. We definitely do know that there have been, impacts, particularly for women as a result of COVID in all kinds of circumstances. As Council's aware, we are working on a UN scoping study, and the study is underway. And what we anticipate is that these kinds of issues will really help us to understand those impacts and be able to identify the key actions and strategies that come out of this.
Okay, thanks, Marie Claire. So just a clarification on that. I thought the reference to that study was to focus specifically on sexual violence, and I'm just wondering if that would also potentially could be expanded or incorporate acts of violence or aggression in general and not specifically sexual violence. Can you just zero in on the scope for me?
Yes, it could include, the general feelings of lack of safety as well, because this is often linked actually to fears of sexual violence, right? That's what that's the connection there.
Okay, I want to flag that as something that I'm hearing particularly, and I've got 4 questions. I'm going to try to go through quickly. One is in terms of if the work and sort of I think the initiative that IAFF have taken with a real desire to advance female representation and a supportive environment within the fire department, because they are very low in terms of percent of female or female identified firefighters. So I know you've got commentary there with respect to space and there's sort of general overarching statements around looking for equity in different roles, but I think that IAFF has taken some leadership ahead of this and is looking for some resources and support in that work that the timing hasn't synced up yet. So I'm wondering if that's on your radar, because I think there's a very willing group there that wants to work on that.
Councillor, I can speak to that. It's Paul Mokry here. Yeah, so this is a top priority. It's actually identified as her top priority for Chief Fry. And so we are working with the chief around resourcing and in particular resourcing for a dedicated senior chief within her team to focus on diversity and equity issues generally. So yeah, that's been highlighted right away by Chief Fry as kind of her number one objective.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, and I want to give a shout out acknowledgement to Rob Weeks and others from IAFF. It was the men leading the charge on that, bringing it forward. So I'm really championing it. So I think that's noteworthy. My other one is really around. I have two other questions if I can for time, and one is. When we talked about the disproportionate impact for COVID-19 on women, and I think that hit the city's staff, particularly when we did layoffs in Parks and Recreation or Vancouver Public Library, the large percentage of those staff are women. So we see that manifest in the city as a whole, but also in our own workforce. So how are you aiming to target impacts like that?
Simon, do you want to start with this one?
Sure. Good morning. Simon Goldsmith, Director, Organizational Development and Strategic Initiatives with HR. Yeah, as it relates to layoffs, we had about 1,800 staff that were laid off through the course of the pandemic. About 57% of those were women. The majority of those individuals are now back at work. I think we still have about 250 or so individuals that are still on layoff. But the vast majority of those are auxiliary staff. There's about 25 or so staff, RFT staff, that are still laid off, predominantly in civic theaters. So we do acknowledge that yeah, women were disproportionately impacted, just given some of the areas that were shut down. But we're also pleased that we're now able to have most of those individuals back in the workplace.
Great. Okay.
And Madam Chair,
you have 8 seconds. Actually, that's all.
Well, if I just can finish that sentence, I was going to say I'd like to move for another round of questions because I do have one more I'd like to ask later.
Okay, no problem. I'm just going to test for consensus on that. All those in favor say aye for a second round.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Yep, that's fine. You can put yourself back on the list, Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. Thank you,
moving, Councillor Dominato, go ahead, up to 5.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff for the update. I just want to hone in on it. I'm looking at the staff report around the goals and objectives, and how will you be measuring success? I appreciate that you sort of laid these out on the table in terms of the goals and objectives, for example, in the context of women's safety, which Councillor Kirby Young touched on, and what we're hearing around the city. But by 2025, women's sense of safety will be increased by at least 10%. How are we measuring that? What data are we going to be accessing to determine that there's an actual increase in safety, and what does that look like more from a tangible standpoint? But I'm particularly interested in the measuring here.
Mayor Claire, do you want to take that?
Yes, I'll take the question. Various data sources that we have around, reported violence, even though we know that, a lot of violence against women is actually not reported. This is where the UN Safe Spaces Scoping Study is going to be really important for us to have a better sense of baseline and a better sense of target. Admittedly, when we had the target we established in 2014, it it was something we had to go on at the time, and I think we're ready to take another look at that as we move forward.
Mayor Claire, and if I
Thank
understand
you.
correctly, that was based on a survey which asked the question, how safe do you feel being outside after dark or something like that, which is a survey we might repeat?
Yeah, it's the My Health, My Community survey is something that Vancouver Coastal Health has done every 2 years to get a broad sense of health and well-being across the city. So that is one specific question and one specific survey that we also use.
That's super, and thanks for adding that up, Tab, because I was going to ask about surveys, so you addressed that. My other question stems from a request I put forward, I think probably early on, either in 2018 or 2019, around Justice for Girls, which is a nonprofit here in Vancouver working with teenage girls living in poverty and focused on promoting equity and equality and freedom from violence. And they have wanted to establish a more bricks and mortar advocacy and learning center, really centered around a space for young girls who are particularly vulnerable. And we're interested in partnering with the city and through potentially city-owned buildings and space. And I'm just wondering if anything ever came from that, if that discussion evolved, or if there's any update on that.
Staff met with the organization to talk about some options, and they were to, come back to us for further discussion, conversation around that. But nothing further to update on that piece.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it for questions.
Great, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova, over to you for up to 5.
Thanks. Sorry. Thanks very much. My first question is, I suppose I'll put it through the chair to the city manager, can be directed appropriately. But I know that there have been motions going back to the last council term regarding equitable parental leave. And I know that there was a motion, I believe, put forward by Councillor Dominato also earlier in the term, because as I understand it right now, the city of Vancouver only supplements birth mothers and not paternal fathers or adoptive parents of infants, as many other organizations do. And looking at equity and through that lens, I'm hoping that staff could comment on that, and if those recommendations are anywhere in this report.
Thanks, Councillor. I can speak to that. With respect to our exempt staff, we have made changes to our supplemental employment benefits plan to address that issue that you've spoken about. So these are our non-union staff. For unionized staff, this is a matter of that's negotiated between the parties. It was something that's been discussed extensively in collective bargaining. Obviously, those processes are still ongoing and have been pretty significantly upended by the pandemic. But yeah, we're certainly cognizant of the council direction on that, and as I say, have implemented it in respect of our exempt staff.
Okay, thanks very much. I also, noting last term, there was a motion to implement a living wage at the City of Vancouver, not only for our staff, but for contract staff. And I understood that that also included unionized staff. So would the process of that and the implementation be similar to what we'd be looking at here for equitable parental leave?
Not really, Councillor. I think with respect to our unionized staff, they for the city, they all met the living wage based on the calculation, the formula that's used to determine that. So it's kind of a different issue. We have implemented and are certified as a living wage employer, so that threshold has been passed as well.
Okay, but what about contract staff?
Yeah, based on the program, the living wage program, like you say, we have met the requirements for certification as a living wage employer.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, is there a timeline here?
Sorry, Councillor, maybe I don't understand your question.
Is there a timeline here? I understand. I'm trying to be sensitive and asking my questions. I noted that you noted bargaining, and I realized that that's something that we shouldn't be speaking about on the floor of council or committee. I'm wondering though if there's a timeline on when we can expect staff to come back with more information or possibly recommendations for unionized staff.
Well, as I say,
All of our
Councillor,
staff.
these issues are in negotiation, so you would hear that at the point we have tentative settlements for council to ratify.
Okay, but could council give staff direction to include that?
We've already received that direction, Councillor, but it's up to negotiation with bargaining units, and unions have obviously they have a role in negotiating terms for their members. So without getting further into the details of the negotiations in a public session, what I can say again is we've certainly heard the direction from council and have incorporated that into the discussions that we're having in collective bargaining.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have another question, but I know that it's going to actually be more than a minute, but less than 5. So, Chair, I will go back on the queue for questions.
Great, no problem. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Mayor Stewart, on to you for up to 5.
Yes, thank you, Chair Carr, and thanks to staff for all their work on this. I've just been looking through the work plan for phase 2, and really happy that the gender and diversity audit is on that list. It was an amendment I moved, I think, last time this report came to council, which is to really examine council chambers as a workplace. This is an emerging field of work. And what I've noticed just through my look through this is that a lot of the things that we did through COVID, for example, what we're doing right now, a lot of legislatures are starting to look at how the workplace experience can be improved by incorporating some of the from a gender and diversity perspective, from incorporating some of these say remote remote meetings, remote voting, proxy voting, and I'm just wondering if the team is looking at learning from the COVID-19 experiences and incorporating them into the audit, as we kind of hopefully come to the end of COVID.
I wonder, Tina, if you want to take that question.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Mayor Stewart. And we did begin the audit. We have, as AFTAP had mentioned earlier, have the composition of the political realm. We're looking at the gaps and barriers. And certainly as a part of that, the whole COVID experience will play into recommendations and policies moving forward.
Thank you. I have noticed, for example, that, and maybe other councillors will want to comment on this, but it does seem that the remote meeting, for example, has better facilitated childcare in some instances, which would, of course, lower barriers for women that do want to participate as elected members. I'm not sure of the staff experience, though, what that's been all like. And again, that for me was the purpose of the audit was to look at the council, not just elected, but also the clerk and staffing experience. So any thought about how that might, for example, apply to future childcare provision?
So it is Tina Penny here again. And certainly I can share that the staff experience from the staff that I've been working with directly, it has helped to accommodate childcare issues. Momentarily, though, there is nothing in place if we come back to in-person meetings to have childcare available for staff. So again, getting back to your point, I believe, of how the COVID experience has changed it, I think we can incorporate that into helping breaking down those barriers.
Okay, thank you so much. Looking forward to this next phase of report. And again, thank you so much to staff for all your work. I know this is really important to all of us. So thanks again.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillors Kirby Young and DeGenova, I'm going to
Chair,
advance Councillor Swanson
Chair.
and then, oh, sorry.
Sorry, this
Is
is
this a
Councillor Bligh.
point of personal
Point of
privilege?
personal privilege to go on the speaker on the questions queue, please.
Okay, fine. Councillors Kirby Young and DeGenova, I'm going to put you down and move forward Councillor Swanson and Bligh as their first time. So just 1 second. Councillor Swanson, you are going to be next for up to 5.
Yeah, thanks. I'm so glad you guys are doing this. Thank you. First question, do we know how much social housing is housing women? Or is that one of some of the disaggregated data that you want to start collecting?
It's Mary Claire, Zach. Yes, that is some of the disaggregated data that we would want to collect. And there are a number of projects and initiatives that that support women-only settings, whether it's Atira, a recent shelter for Wish, et cetera, et cetera. But we could get that for you once we're able to pull that data apart a bit more.
Just off the top, could you make a guess? Would it be 50 or 51%, or would it be less, do you think? Or do you not want to guess?
I don't want to guess. I think it's better for staff to get back to you on that.
Okay. So the second thing is I was looking at the 2 housing priorities, which were women who are hard to house and the Women's Legacy Project. But I'm thinking that there's lots of other women who are in housing need, like in particular Indigenous women who can't get their kids back because they don't have a place to live, women who don't have any housing, and seniors who might be evicted through no fault of their own, but have a low pension income and then can't find a place. I've had 2 friends in that situation in the last couple of months. And then single parents who have to support themselves and their kids in this rental market that's obscenely expensive. So are there any plans to expand the number of women who could be targeted by the women in the housing priority?
This is Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. I think, Councillor Swanson, you've raised a number of kind of experiences of women or intersections of identity that can create barriers to housing. I don't have a specific answer for you right now, but we can certainly get back to you with more information.
Okay, thank you so much. That's good for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Bligh, on to you for up to 5.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much to staff. This, to me, was one of our most clearly laid out presentations, so just really appreciate the update on the work. I just have a few questions in, I think, each of the buckets, actually. So the first one, I'll just continue on from Councillor Swanson's line of question around housing. We know that women in transition housing are, whether they're with children or without, but most often with children, are at risk of returning to dangerous situations in many cases, because they lack independent options in terms of supportive housing. And I just wonder, you know, we do a lot of work here around public hearings and housing developments and things like that. And I don't sort of feel like we bring a lot forward in terms of specifically identifying a housing need, and we do a little bit, but I just wonder if staff could comment on the work being done with planning, and are we likely to see any housing developments come forward that could be more sort of hyper focused to solve this gap in our housing continuum for women, particularly at risk and with children?
Hi, Councillor Bligh. This is Sandra Singh again. I can get back to you on some of the details of the subpopulations that we flagged in Housing Vancouver. In relation to transition housing for women fleeing violence and women in particular with children, this is certainly a priority that we've discussed through COVID, as well as just generally the need for this housing with our partners at BC Housing. I can't speak to specific projects coming forward that we have in our queue, but we can get any information on that for you.
Okay.
And we can provide some more information around BC.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Second question is around local economy, and I appreciate the predetermined buckets of work or, priority areas, and they make sense to me. But I just wonder if we, in terms of local economy and perhaps through DBL, if there's an opportunity to start to collect more focused data on women-owned businesses and whether or not we are undertaking that work or something that we could do in the future to start to understand really what does that sort of small business local economy landscape look like.
Thanks, Councillor Paul Mokry here. Yeah, thanks for that suggestion. I can take that back to the team in DBL and look at what we may be able to do there. But yeah, I would say at this point in time, yeah, we're not collecting that data, so that's a gap for sure.
Okay, that would be really interesting to see. My other question is around the actions in the leadership and development or representation area, and it's the first two actions. I'm just wondering, how are we measuring the success of the leadership competency work that we've undertaken, and how does that get reported back to council?
So, Councillor, yeah, again, thanks for the question. As you know, it's often difficult to kind of quantify those impacts. I think what we're looking to do, and will be reflected, I think, in some of the additional survey work that we need to do of our staff to understand their perspectives on the workplace. And this is work that AFTAB has kind of got front and center. Would defer her to speak further. So I think a lot of that just contributes to how staff feel about this workplace. And that's really what we would be looking at as the ultimate outcome metric. As opposed to, I mean, we would attempt to and do our best to measure impacts of training and so on. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is create an environment where people feel safe and included and able to contribute to their full potential. And that's what I think our key outcome metric will be here.
Okay, that's great to know. I look forward to seeing that. And then my question around safety is, I didn't see any or hear any comment around data sharing with the VPD in terms of reported incidents, and appreciate the identification of some of the sort of well-known and key areas around women's safety in the city. But I'm just curious, in order for us to be able to really understand what's happening, trends, events, spikes, and data sharing related to women's safety in the city, are we working with the VPD to understand those issues better real time?
We do work with them closely. They do also publish quite a bit of information, actually even on their website. But we are in contact with them on a regular basis.
Okay, wonderful. I can't see my time. I have one more question on childcare, but Chair.
You'll have to go back on the list
Sure,
because you
if
are
I
at
may.
4:58.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Kirby, yep, up to you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair.
You're on your second round.
Yeah, thanks. I have two questions. My first one, I want to follow up on the mayor's question with respect to the audit and his amendment in terms of this council work environment. And I'm wondering, are councillors going to be engaged or integrated as part of that work? Since it's our work environment also, as well as staff?
It is Tina Penny here again, and it is the clerk's office who are continuing the work with that along with the equity office. And it is the intent. This is still work in progress, so for sure we can ensure that we consult with the council members as well as the advisory body members, which was the intent for moving forward.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because I just wanted to affirm that, because my understanding of the intent behind that motion was also in terms of making, I mean, we're very fortunate this term that we had 80% female identified councillors elected of 10 spots, but I thought the intent of that work, and a big driver of it was to encourage more women to continue to participate in politics and create an environment. So it just worried me when I heard that, staff had there's sort of feedback coming from staff, but I haven't been engaged at all as council. So I just want to note that. The other thing that I wanted to move on to was really just to sort of ask some of the equity staff around if they have a connection and a relationship in sort of a good functional relationship yet with planning, with respect to planning of public space and the public realm, because things like space, lighting, how it's laid out, visibility in terms of being able to navigate through the city. We talked about this at a previous council meeting about the park board had some data that showed that a lot of squares were underutilized. The ones that women would go through were either the ones on main streets or that were well lit or designed in certain ways. So I'm wondering if there's an engagement with planning there, and we're bringing that lens forward.
I can respond to this. It's Mary Claire Zach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we work with planning really closely on many projects, and certainly part of Vancouver Plan there is an overall lens around safety, including safety for women. So we look forward to doing more of that kind of work together and seeing it integrated into that plan.
Okay. And so in sort of recent projects, like I know that we're all excited for the opening of things like the expanded Robson Plaza, or other projects. You feel that comfortable we've got that process in place that's well established in terms of ensuring that perspective?
I think that with the equity framework being adopted by council and the rollout of the intersectional lens, that is going to actually really solidify provide that lens to all staff going through their work. So I think we're doing a good job. We could do a much better job once we have those pieces in place.
Yeah, and if I can just add to this, I think definitely we have at this moment, a few staff who have this equity lens in a very strong way, and they're pulled into all the different projects. So really, the fundamental way that we're going to shift this is by making sure that that lens is embedded within planning in this case, as they're doing that thinking. So that to me is really also linked with the education pieces we need to do as we roll out the equity framework across the departments.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. That's it for your questions, Councillor Kirby?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, good. Councillor DeGenova, you're on next.
I actually will go to the bottom of the list if that's all right with you, as I was intending as a liaison to the Women's Advisory Committee and to move the report actually. But I see there's others on the queue.
Yeah,
so
I'll take you off and put you on the bottom. No problem.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Yeah, great. So Councillor Dominato, you are next.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions, just around the subject of housing. I appreciate that that's an articulated goal and consideration. I seem to recall looking through the housing strategy that we have specific targets around non-market housing. I don't recall if there were specific targets around housing specifically for women. And I'm just curious if staff could comment on that.
Staff?
Sandra, if you're still here.
I'm so sorry. I was just called away for a moment.
Go ahead.
Could I ask for repetition of the question? Sorry.
Councillor Dominato, I will put your timer on on hold for a second.
Yeah, no problem. It was just around with the existing housing strategy. There's an articulation around supportive housing, non-market housing, and specifically supporting marginalized individuals and groups. But I don't recall there being specific targets for women-only housing. I'm just curious if you could comment on that.
Yes, Councillor, as per the previous response to Councillor Bligh, I need to go back to the Housing Vancouver plan and refresh my memory on the specific targets, and we'll get back to you. Certainly, women's housing is a key priority for us, and as you know, we deliver in partnership with BC Housing, but I'll get back to you with some further information on that.
Great, thank you.
And if I can add just a slightly more broader comment, which is that the question of targets, it comes up in all kinds of contexts, but I think it's really, unless we have the disaggregated data and know where we stand right now, setting targets is kind of meaningless, actually. I mean, we might be setting it too high or too low. So really actually collecting some of that disaggregated data, to me, is the precursor to the question of targets. So we might be just a step away from that still.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good point. I mean, I think it aligns as well with. I think it's more on a needs assessment basis, and I know that, and I know we're waiting for an answer on this. Is that the province is requiring a formal needs assessment of housing to be submitted by next year, and so and maybe that's part of that needs assessment is looking using intersectional lenses, looking about what our needs are across the city, in particular groups as well. I also wanted to follow up with the clerks on to Councillor Kirby Young's question about engagement of councillors in that gender and diversity audit related to council and council operations. What's the time frame around engagement of existing council members on that?
Staff?
Yes, it's Tina Penny here. We don't have an actual time frame program set up at the moment, but the work began this late fall, and we really did a collection of data collection. Next, we'll be starting the surveys. So I can't give you a specific time frame, but the plan is for that to take place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're good. Mayor Stewart, go ahead. Second time, you still have 5 minutes.
Great. Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, I was again looking through the report and the section on housing, and I'm wondering, are we evaluating city-owned social housing units located on city leased land, or those units like MRFs that are created through policy? Are we evaluating how those are distributed in terms of using a gender and intersectional lens? Just to give you a bit of an example. So we're creating all these MRF units that are being built and they're going to be occupied. Do we have any way of knowing, or will we, knowing who's living in those units and how equitably are they distributed?
Mayor Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. At this point, we are not collecting detailed data on tenants in various city-enabled housing, including our own housing stock. Collecting that type of disaggregated identity data is an important move for us in the future, and will be something that we'll be looking at. And we are in active discussions with a number of our housing providers, including co-ops, around that type of data.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up co-ops, because we have been getting various information about the future of Falls Creek and other co-ops, and some of the information does have characteristics identified, but I have seen this in other cities. And again, if the key goal is equitable distribution of government resources or policy, have you seen this work done elsewhere that we might be able to borrow from?
Mayor, I'll have to check back with staff and around that jurisdictional scan and get back to you with more information.
Okay, thanks very much.
That's it, Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, great. And over to you as the last speaker here. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I'd really like to thank all of the staff who've worked on this and presented.
Point of privilege. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Councillor DiGenova. I had asked to go back on the list. I'm sorry, I'm not connected to the remote desktop, so
I'm
I can
sorry.
just.
I didn't see you on the list.
No, it's okay.
I haven't quite moved it, so I could go after Councillor Bligh, if that's all right.
Yeah, Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to suggest actually we're going to hear from speakers, and right after speakers is the appropriate time to move the motion.
My apologies. So, we have speakers, yes.
Yes, okay. So
should I just ask my questions then now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask what's the point of information, but I can't.
Councillor Bligh, Councillor DiGenova had put herself at the bottom. I'm quite happy to advance you if I missed putting you on the list earlier. So there we go. Councillor Bligh, go ahead up to another 5 minutes.
Okay, and it's my second round as well, so I'm good either way. But thank you. I just wanted to actually flag that a lot of, and the mayor's just spoken to housing as well, and I'm thinking about the many not-for-profit organizations that work specifically with women fleeing domestic violence, women with children, and have an enormous amount of this information in their ongoing work. And what flags for me, and I'll get to my question here, is that there are a number of organizations. There's us, the City of Vancouver, at City Hall here, and there's one, and then there could be one woman that's actually at risk, needing to navigate that system. And I'm just curious, does staff see an opportunity, whether it's more hyper-focused council direction, to really get into, since housing is such a huge priority, but we talk about it in such a macro context. I wonder if staff are seeing an opportunity here for further direction provided by council to sort of beef up the work we're doing around housing and with women specifically in the city.
Councillor Sandra Singh here. What I would like to do is take that question back to the Housing Policy Group in PDS, if you don't mind, and provide you with the response.
Okay, I will. That satisfies for this report for sure. The final question I have is actually around childcare. That's the last bucket of work that I hadn't touched on, and I do appreciate that this is absolutely a priority. We've seen through the COVID pandemic that the default childcare responsibilities really were to the women in households where there was more than one parent, but and even of course harder hit for single parents. But I'm curious about the bucket. And maybe it's linked to my question around small businesses and owned by women as well. And I certainly know of many shared responsibility around childcare in heteronormative households where women do run businesses. Are we concerned at all about being careful not to reinforce the normalized gender roles that we're trying to dismantle when we talk about childcare in this context alone? Aftab, perhaps this is for you, but I'm not sure. Just it's more of a philosophical conversation about how we're cautious not to reinforce.
Yeah, and in fact, as we were talking about the switch with COVID into these online measures, I was also thinking, in a way, it has made it easier for people to have their children in the background. But ideally, we don't want people to be working and taking care of children in the background at the same time. So I tend to agree that we need to be careful about how that is normalized or problematized as we make new moves in terms of what we do next. I think it is one of those pieces that has been so disrupted by COVID, and that conversation is changing quite a bit. So I appreciate you putting it out there, and it's definitely on my radar as I am in some of these conversations. I'm not sure if anybody from Arts, Culture, Community Services wants to add to this piece. Otherwise, I'll carry it forward with me.
Hi, thanks, Aftab. I think what COVID has taught us is that childcare is, how the depth of what we need is even exacerbated that. So how we go about, supporting and advocating for childcare will only be enhanced, I think, by the COVID experience. And I agree with Aftab. It's not enough to expect parents who are working from home to also be caring for children. It's so we have a lot of work to do. Yeah.
Okay, that's all from me. I really appreciate staff's responses to my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I will just ask my question now then. And it also, well, actually, I have two now. One of them is for the fabulous women in politics, sort of, and younger women, and involving them and looking at mentorship, and the excellent work the mayor's office did on that, pairing us each up with a mentee. I'm wondering if that was in any way, if there was any information from that that was incorporated in this, in looking at sort of, fostering not just, you know, looking at local government in the sense of elected um, officials, but also in the roles of our staff. If there's any mentorship opportunities, and if that program was at all looked at, sort of in the future, of looking at ways to involve women, but also engage the next generation of leaders in our city.
Staff?
As far as I know, and this maybe Tina, you might want to comment on it more. I think in the next phase of the audit project, this could be a piece to look at of what are some effective mentorship models and ways of supporting women who want to get more involved in politics. So I think it is definitely, as we come up with recommendations in that area, could be on the list.
Okay. And also, if I can ask, would you also be looking at sort of public service in general? Like, for instance, I know that we have many, and I know that we're trying not to, uh, we're learning, and this is new, but I do think that that program is important. And although we are trying to, uh, in our council chambers, not be gender specific or use, gendered titles. Um, I also note that we still do have inequity and there's not parity among women in different industries. And I think about our engineering department. I think about all throughout we have a fire chief who is, and I believe identifies as a woman. And I'm just wondering, as we try and strike that balance here, would that be something you'd be considering also?
Great, thank you. Yes, definitely for staff, that is a piece that we are looking at. What is the right mentorship for women to move up in the ranks and find their place and where they want to go? So yes, that's definitely on our radar. Thank
Okay.
you.
And then just on the childcare question, are we looking at that across the organization? I know that there was a question asked, and I think the mayor had asked the question, and another councillor had also about sort of looking at that. But is that being looked at for staff as well? You know, in COVID and in the pandemic, but also outside of that, because childcare can be limited during the pandemic. Just wondered if we're looking at it through both lenses.
So it's Tina Penny here. I can add that council, through its budget process, did approve monies for a couple of pilot projects, but the pilot projects are related to attending council meetings and reducing that barrier for parents to be able to attend and speak council meetings. And in addition to...
Sorry, so I apologize, Tina. I just have limited time, and what I was asking wasn't about actually providing childcare. It was about asking our staff as to, sort of surveying them and also getting their input and feedback, as the mayor's motion asked for council as well. I just wanted to make sure that that would be happening.
Right, right. Maybe I'll just add that in the staff survey that we're about to do in the month of April, we are asking questions about caregiving responsibilities and then the experience of the workforce. So I am hoping that some of that cross tabulation will begin to give us some of that information of our, for example, people caring for children facing a kind of barrier in the workplace that others aren't. So yes, definitely through that survey, that would be something that we would catch in terms of staff.
Great, and that's my time.
Yes,
and Chair Carr. Thanks.
Yes, great. Thank you. We are going to move to speakers. I'm just going to offer a comment, though, Councillor DiGenova, in that the city of Vancouver is in the C40 climate cities, and there is a program that we are participating in that is about mentorship for women. It's Women for Climate. I am a liaison to that. Happy to provide you and council with any other details, but it's not really around politics mentorship as much as mentorship within the broad scale of society and elements of the economy as well in terms of climate action. So happy to provide that information.
On a point of privilege, thank you for that. And I would love to receive it. And I'm sure everyone else would as well.
Thank you, Councillor Chichinova. No problem, and I will. So, thank you, Council, for all of those questions, and I'm going to thank the speakers in advance for your patience in all of the questions that did occur. They were though very good questions. So we have speakers starting with public body representatives, and Clerk, I'm wondering if Colleen McGuinness, the first speaker on our list, the chair of Seniors Advisory Committee, is on the line.
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here, and my understanding is Colleen McGuinness is on the line.
Great. Colleen McGuinness, if you're on the line and you can hear me, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Good morning, members of Council. I'm here today to address a small point that the Seniors Advisory Committee saw as an issue with the report that was presented. I'm here to ask you to remind staff as they proceed with their efforts on gender equity that they include a seniors lens. And the committee provided the following statement. Gendered ageism is based on the interaction of age and gender and the increased risk and experience of marginalization and vulnerability. It is important to recognize that older women are often considered invisible. Ageism is a socio-cultural practice involving privilege, subordination, and inequality, and is exacerbated across ethnic, racial, and multiple layers of intersectionality. In reviewing the original report, it was interesting to note that the cover of the report includes photos of a wide range of women. However, no representation of older women was included. I'm sure this was an oversight, and our intention is not to lessen the important recommendation in the report, but to point out the potential need in Phase 2 to apply a seniors lens in terms of data collection, equity challenges, including risk of homelessness, review of programs and services, as well as through city-based equity and employment initiatives. As a gray-haired younger senior, I have encountered my own experiences of invisibility. I would ask you to remember that 21% of all households in Vancouver are seniors-led, and projections show that seniors will soon represent 25% of the population based on census projections. We know that older women have been impacted by lower wages, lower pensions, and so we believe that a seniors lens should be incorporated across all social planning initiatives. It is our hope that in terms of housing, a seniors lens would increase awareness and creation of housing solutions that incorporate the multiple needs for safe, healthy, diverse, food-secure housing in the context of creating complete mixed-income, healthy communities across all neighborhoods in Vancouver. It's also important to consider the different housing needs across racial, ethno-cultural communities, which includes the need to create more intergenerational housing. And by that we mean perhaps 4+ bedrooms in addressing diversity gaps based on census data. The Seniors Advisory Committee members are supportive of the recommendation to move into Phase 2 of the Women's Equity Framework, but suggest that within this phase and in the annual progress reports, staff include a seniors lens and consider the implications and vulnerabilities of our aging population. That's my statement. I would also, because I've been listening to your discussion, would add that I was provided with information that the organization Brightside did a survey of their residents in 2020, and they have 58% women and 35% men. also an interesting indication of the housing needs of older women. Thank you.
Great. And Colleen, if you wouldn't mind staying on the line, you have questions.
Yes.
Councillor Kirby Young, over to you for questions first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. McGinnis, for being here. I appreciate you taking the time. I wonder if you can just comment a bit on the impacts of that invisibility in ageism when that presents itself, in terms of what the impacts are for people, either sort of psychologically, socially, in terms of voice, access to service. I'm just interested if you can talk a bit about some of the tangible barriers that people face.
Well, I think that, and these are my personal opinions, but as you age, you become more vulnerable. And, to be ignored, not seen, not heard, just adds to that sense of vulnerability. We also know that many seniors are very low income, and so they are, all those things considered, they are less likely to engage in the community, and so they become more silent. They do the very minimum, and then they retreat to what housing that they have, and we're not taking full advantage of the resource that they represent.
I think you raise a really good point, because you're probably, I'm sure the committee spent time studying the projections, and the dramatic projected increase in our aging, in our population is expected to age, and for sort of the bell curve to be at the higher end of the spectrum. So we're actually talking about impacting a lot of people. Is that consistent with what the city's been, or sorry, with what the committee has been discussing?
Yes, and we're also extremely aware of the high number of seniors with very low incomes. And so if it weren't for federal and provincial programs, there are a lot of seniors who are, I would suggest, one rent payment from being homeless. And so things like continued rent increases eventually require people to make a decision about, do I take my medicine, do I buy food, or do I pay my rent? These are really tough choices, and a significant number of seniors are facing those problems.
And one last quick question, the time I have, the impact of, you think it's important to try to keep civic facilities open as much as possible? I know we had to close a lot during the pandemic. There are a lot of seniors relied on those for access to meal programs, low-cost meals, not just social, but financially. Did you see that?
Oh, absolutely. The loss of the hot meal program, and just the loss of the socializing that takes place. I know that various organizations, Rock House developed a drive-through. You could order meals and then schedule a time to pick them up. So various organizations stepped up, but there were a lot of people, and there still are a lot of people, who are surviving on tea and toast and are not being well fed, and they certainly have no opportunity for socializing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And next, Councillor Swanson, I'm just going to remind all councillors that you have 3 minutes actually to ask questions of speakers. So go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Colleen, for coming and sticking that point into our deliberations. That's really, really important.
Well, as a senior, I want you people to be aware.
Yeah, I might be considered a bit biased myself on this subject. But I was wanting to ask you, I know you're chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee. You named one thing that the city could actively implement to put the seniors' lens, like dealing with homeless seniors. But can you think of areas where the city could collect data that would enable the city to then do the actual concrete actions to put the seniors lens on this?
Well,
like you talked about the bright side data.
Yes, I think that was really interesting because that just appeared on my email this morning. But a lot of organizations like Brightside, and I would suggest that the co-ops, and I have a particular concern about False Creek, but those organizations could very easily provide the city with information on the makeup of the age and perhaps an indication of income areas for their residents. We have a lot of people who are going to be resident in the city for up to 20, 25 years, but who, as seniors today, are going to be needing affordable housing. And I have to say that the affordable definition of up to 80,000 just doesn't cut with people who are on fixed pensions. So there is a real gap.
Yeah, do you know what the average or median income of a senior household is, Colleen?
The chair of the Seniors Housing Subcommittee could tell you in a second, but I believe it's less than $30,000.
Okay, that's really important info to have. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And that is it for your questions. Very much, again, appreciate you coming to speak to us and also just all the work that you do.
Very welcome.
Yeah, thank you. We're on to our second speaker, Ellen Woodsworth, co-chair of Women Transforming Cities. Ellen, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we can
you
hear you
me?
clearly. Go ahead. Absolutely. You can go ahead for up to 5 minutes to council. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Women Transforming Cities would really like to thank all the hardworking staff who've been working on Vancouver, a city for all women, women's equity strategy, and for the support of Mayor and Council on this issue. When initially presented to Council, the city lacked a systemic gendered intersectional lens across the institution, and it was limited in its scope. However, the WES is one of the most progressive municipal strategies on women's issues. We are concerned that this report worked within a framework which could not foresee and address the most significant change facing women everywhere today, the heightened inequity from the impacts of COVID-19. To address core equity issues, the entire city must address budgeting and funding, climate change strategies, electoral reform, and economic stimulus with a gendered intersectional lens, along with the priority areas. The City of Vancouver COVID-19 recovery plan calls for a, quote, high-level, long-term city strategy, end quote, but does not use a gendered intersectional overarching lens. It lumps women and Indigenous, Black, Asian, people of color in one category, equity, while the rest of the plan, including business sections, don't refer to either. This week's CCPA report, Frontline and Sideline, the year COVID-19 upended women's economic security, details job losses showing the devastating impact on Indigenous, Black, and people of color women. According to the CCPA, 500,000 lost jobs have been women's. These are women working in retail, manufacturing, and hospitality sectors, such as those represented by the Unite Here Local 40 Union. These are serious labor issues that are not within the mandate of this plan. A gendered intersectional policy lens and disaggregated data would reveal and help the city protect all self-identified women's livelihoods and enable them to advocate for jobs and training. The equity strategy outlines housing and fails to name domestic violence in phase 2 of the report, failing to show how interconnected these issues and their solutions are to each other. If housing were affordable and built for women, it would be men who would have to leave if there was domestic violence. Pouring money into shelters is a necessary but more expensive short-term solution. While housing costs continue to soar, it is seniors, as Colleen has said, the disabled, sex workers, queers, working class, Indigenous, and racialized women who bear the brunt of a lack of affordable housing and of violence. Where is that strategy? We see great progress in the creation of new childcare spaces from your work with the provincial government, and hopefully much more from the proposed federal childcare commitments. The city needs to do gender budgeting on city finances and on funding. Organizations working to address women's issues are spread thin and need more support now in order to continue providing and advocating for essential services and provisions. Out of the pandemic emerged powerful calls for gendered anti-violence, anti-racism strategy. Racism and violence towards Indigenous, Black, Asian, and other racialized women continues to rise, and it must be addressed. Racism is violence and impacts seniors, mothers, young girls, and children. Women's organizations have demanded that the city address police violence and intervention, calling for the money to be reallocated to more appropriately trained service organizations. Feeling good by 10% is not good enough. WES is a 10-year project, but without an overarching systemic citywide intersectional lens and sufficient resources, it will not be able to complete the work so urgently needed. Management will be hired to ensure this approach is consistently applied across the city to budgets, funding, policies, programs, staffing, and electoral reform. We know that collecting both internal and external disaggregated data and providing greater support for city staff are essential components that will build greater depth and breadth towards building a more impactful equity strategy. The COVID-19 crisis continues to exacerbate the crisis for women, or as the UN stated, women's rights will be set back for decades. We applaud the work done to date in these challenging times. This work needs to be integrated into everything the city does internally and externally. Women Transforming Cities believes it is imperative for the City of Vancouver to draw lessons from the feminist recovery plans introduced by the National YWCA and Feminists Deliver. The Prime Minister called on the Finance Minister to put an intersectional lens on every aspect of her work. The federal government has just announced a women's task force to address the She session. Vancouver must do the same in order to implement a strategy to address the disastrous economic and social impact on women, especially Indigenous, Black, Asian, people of color, and address the state of the care economy so that the future will include all of us.
Great. Thank you very much for that. It's just a bit over time, but you do have, if you don't mind staying on the line, you have questions from councillors. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much, and thanks for all of your work on women's equity.
Thank you, and thank you for the call for 24-hour day childcare.
Councillor DiGenova, we're not hearing you. Perhaps you are somehow on mute, although we heard you for a moment.
I am not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Thank you very much. So sorry. I'll just turn my video off in case it's a connection issue. Thank you very much for joining us and for speaking. I'm wondering, aside from that's exactly the type of thing I was going to ask for. You're talking about a strategy, but is there anything that you really feel needs to be included as a quick, like as take action on, you know, these things right now, and specifically to your points about addressing poverty, especially for seniors and vulnerable and marginalized group, and also women and children in situations of violence?
I think that there needs to be more staff applied to this work. It's become siloed in a certain area. When I look at the City of Vancouver COVID-19 recovery plan, I was appalled. It's called a high-level long-term city strategy, but clearly it doesn't have a gendered intersectional lens. It's not acceptable. We need that high-level policy work to start with a gendered intersectional lens across departments, so that there's not just two people in the city manager's office who are outstanding staff. There's no question about their work, but they need more staff, and social planning, or whatever it is now called, needs support, so that there is that strategy around childcare, there is that strategy around affordable housing, there is that strategy about leadership in the city. 39% of the leadership is women. But if you look at firefighting, look at other departments, it's pathetic. We need a buy-in in the same way the city bought out in the buy-in for the Greenest City strategy. This equity strategy looks at race and gender with that gendered intersectional lens is what we need from the very top levels down. And I know you're getting it. I can hear it. And the way you've all started to work on this is quite exciting. But the staff need to have the training to understand how to apply it. And the staff that are doing the work out of the CEO's office need to have more support than they've got now.
I have 30 seconds left, and sorry to put you on the spot, but I know that you have spoken to equitable parental leave. And right now, if you're not a birth mother, you don't receive the same supplementary leave. It's my understanding, unless you're exempt staff, and that also applies to adoptive parents. Do you think that we would need to change this for it to really seem like we were walking our talk? Just a yes or no, maybe.
Yeah, just a short
Yes,
answer. Thanks.
absolutely.
Okay.
Thank
That
you.
was great. Okay, Councillor, you still have more questions. Councillor Swanson, over to you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Ellen.
Thank you.
You said that the city has done some good things, but you talked a lot about ways that we could improve. And I wonder if you were the king here, or the queen, if you could
No, please.
the top dog, whatever, and you could do two concrete things to promote intersectional equity at the city, what would you do?
I think housing is absolutely critical for low-income people, and you're looking at massive job losses. You're looking at young people having to leave the city. You're looking at a burgeoning seniors population. 51% of single senior women live below the poverty line. So housing, affordable housing, is absolutely critical. The other aspect, I think, would be, and that's a very hard one because you're taking such good leadership around childcare, but I'd say citizen engagement. The Women's Advisory Committee hasn't met for months. We have a difficult time in the city now for people to have faith in politicians and political establishment. So I think civic engagement and really bringing together all women's organizations and having a serious talk with them of how we all work together on a citywide anti-violence, anti-racist strategy. Those two things, an anti-racist and an anti-violence strategy, they shouldn't be separate. For women, they're not separate. So how to bring these groups together to figure out how to apply that strategy.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On a privilege, Sarah, could you add me to the queue, please? It's Councillor Kirby.
I will. Great. You'll be after Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, you are next.
Yeah, thanks for coming and speaking today. My first question's on well-being and recognizing that COVID has led to increase in employment, unsafe conditions at the home and at the workplace, and others. And I'm just wondering how we can increase the well-being outcomes for women in this strategy, as well as what gaps we're going to see in our COVID recovery.
Well, I did look through your grant funding, and I have to say that your staff worked hard to make sure that almost all groups got funding, but it was only an increment of about $6,000 or $7,000. These are organizations in the community that are working extremely long hours, weekends, and dealing with the most desperate situations, whether they're, in the anti-violence sector or anti-racist sector or childcare sector. People are losing their jobs or losing their funding, and this is not the time for the city to tighten your budgets. This is a time of extreme economic collapse that impacts women and especially racialized women. We need you to spend the taxpayers' money to really make sure that those organizations on the ground who understand the poverty and the crisis in their bones can do their work. I think you need to apply more funding in the city staffing, the CEO's office and planning office, so that they can show you where those gaps are and where people are just hanging on by a shoestring. The Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Girls report and the Red Dress reports are really critical documents that show how desperate Indigenous women and girls still are in the city and the violence that they're experiencing. So I think make sure you don't pull back at this time. You need to be spending more to address these crises. And obviously, women are there in small businesses. Women have the impact, and I'm sure you know from your own business, that it's women who are the waitresses, the cleaners. It's women, some of them own their own businesses. They have lost everything they had. They need the city to be lobbying for them at the provincial and federal levels of government. They need job training, and these are the kind of roles the city can play in a new role in the time of crisis. It's not the time to go back to the old normal. It's the time to really work so that make sure that everyone is included.
A follow up onto that is community safety.
I have 10 seconds, Councillor Weeb.
Okay. Thanks for coming in today.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ellen. Thanks for being here and thanks for speaking.
Hi.
It's always good to hear your voice. Hi. I don't know. I don't know if you were aware that I had brought a motion forward to council to move forward with a broad anti-racism, anti-hate strategy, and council determined to refer that back to staff for further consideration. I wonder if you can comment on what kind of message that sends when council does that instead of taking decisive action, given what we've seen happening in the city.
I was glad you brought the motion forward. I understood there were some issues that people were concerned about, but I think it's absolutely critical that that motion comes forward and that there is a citywide anti-racist and strategy, and bring the people to the table who are facing it, who are the racialized, the Indigenous, Black, Asian, and other people of color who are facing the violence. They will help you build a strategy that's comprehensive. And I think I completely thought that was an important step forward to take, and I hope it comes back to you ASAP, because we know that violence against Asian people has increased almost by 900%. And there's this new document that's just come out called Challenging Racist British Columbia, 150 years and counting. There's this move of the students in the schools. There was 2 nights of discussions at the Vancouver School Board about the police in the schools and how that's not helping address the violence. And tonight we're going in front of the school board to call for Gladstone to be renamed Rosemary Brown School. There's all kinds of ways in which the city could move. Take down the crest of two white men. I mean, these are symbolic issues, but the most important thing is to look at this Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives document they released on International Women's Day. It documents what is the impact of the economic crisis, and it's overwhelmingly impacting racialized women.
So I'm glad you touched on one point. I just want to follow up on that quickly. And you sort of said that, there may be different points of view or disagreements on that, but you're saying that council shouldn't shy away. That's actually the point of forging through ahead with that work, that you need to bring the voices together because they are going to be different and disparate, and they're going to have different points of view, but that's part of the hard work.
That's absolutely the hard work, and they're looking at a council that is overwhelmingly white and not diverse. And you need to show your leadership, just like men need to step up and fight against violence against women. All of us who are white need to stand up and fight against racism, and this council needs to take a lead on this and work with the groups doing the work to learn how to do it well.
Yeah, thanks. I couldn't agree with you more, and I appreciate where you're coming from, because I know that you're keenly aware of the hate and the racism that we're seeing. Thank you.
Right.
As are you, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's your time. Thank you very much. And those are your questions again. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and all of that great work you do in community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, we are on to speaker 3, Helena Sefferling. Is Helena Sefferling on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, my name is Helena Seiferling. I'm calling in from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And I just wanted to briefly speak in support of the staff recommendation to implement this Women's Equity Strategy Phase 2, these actions coming up in the next few years, and in particular speak a bit more as well to the need for a gendered intersectional lens when it comes to city decisions, programs, and plans. So I'm a resident of the City of Vancouver, and I also work here, and I have worked on numerous policies and areas which are included in the Women's Equity Strategy in this kind of big bundle of work. So it's from this experience that I speak in support of continuing and expanding this important work through Phase 2. I'm currently working with Living in Community, which is a nonprofit organization focusing on education and advocacy in support of sex workers' rights-based approach to policy and services. So, of course, very happy to see a lot of that work included in this plan as well. And I also formerly was a member of the city's Independent Election Task Force, which, of course, made a lot of recommendations about how to make elections more fair and representative, which would also increase women's participation in local government and sort of representation overall. But really, the main source of my knowledge on here comes a lot from working on a project with Ellen, actually. So hi, Ellen. This project partnered with the City of Vancouver to explore recommendations around barriers that women face to civic participation. And this project was the Action on Systemic Barriers to Women's Participation in Local Government project, which was with Women Transforming Cities and the Canadian Research Institute for the Advancement of Women. And the project provided wise practices in 4 types of civic engagement. So it looked at candidates and elected officials, it looked at city advisory bodies, public consultation and engagement activities, and also staff, so assessing cities as employers, which has come up this morning as well. And the final report from that project was published this past November, and it points to many ways in which the City of Vancouver, first of all, has been and continues to be a leader, not just in including women in superficial ways in its work, but in more so in doing some deep and intersectional analysis of how to ensure that policies, programs, and services are meeting the needs of a wide range of women and gender diverse folks who face differing and intersecting barriers to accessing city services. But on the other hand, our analysis in that report also found that there are still some areas where the city can yet improve and ensure that diverse women's voices are structurally included in shaping the future of the city. And I think actually Ellen just spoke to some of that as well. So of those reports' recommendations, some of them included that cities should use explicit policies to increase the participation of diverse women in all areas of civic life, that cities should use a gendered intersectional perspective across all departments and programs, and also that cities should establish more representative voting systems through switching to proportional representation to ensure that elected bodies at the municipal level are representative of their city's demographics. So as I said, the City of Vancouver has been a leader in these areas, and I think continuing this work through Phase 2 of the Women's Equity Strategy is really critical. And as you know, has come up this morning as well, we know that there's factors like the COVID-19 pandemic that have also caused disproportionate impacts on many women. So in particular, I think that implementing a gendered intersectional lens for all city decisions, programs, and plans is a really important foundational step to guide all other work that happens. And especially in this moment, I think as governments are approaching plans for recovery and kind of coming out of the pandemic, this is a really important moment to implement that gendered intersectional lens. And I'll also just point out that the final project report from that project I mentioned with Women Transforming Cities and Canadian Research Institute for the Advancement of Women, in that project report, there's also a wealth of data and information that we've collected on many of the areas included in the Women's Equity Strategy that can also inform your work moving forward. And that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
That's great. Very much appreciate you coming. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you very, very much for being here and for the work that you're doing on this. Okay, Council. We're at the point, we're at the end of the speakers list. So would somebody like to move a motion? Councillor DiGenova, I see you on the list and I hear your voice. So
okay, and just because I was having connection issues and I don't want to hold this up, I will keep my video off and I will try and be brief, but I did want to thank staff and really thank you not only for the work that you've done on this, but I mean, in looking at the report and reading the report and hearing from the speakers, and some speakers who have spoken before and had actually noted that issues had been addressed, that previously were mentioned. You know, also, you're coming back to this and with this in a time when COVID-19 has made things difficult in your departments as well, and I really want to I really want you to know how much I appreciate this. Also, as a liaison to the Women's Advisory Committee, I know that many members of the committee who used to speak to this, some still are on that committee, I believe, you know, and have been over a number of terms. You know, there's been a lot of work and effort to also liaise with the community and engage in that consultation. I think that this is a positive step forward, and I certainly see it as something where uh, this council, looking at women's equity and balancing that in a way that we look at equity for all people, and in doing so, we also sometimes it's appropriate to consider, you know, the fact that women do still struggle with not gender parity, especially when we look at equity, and it goes beyond equity in pay. We look at childcare. We see the situations that women face that traditionally, or the statistics and numbers show us, are higher and more detrimental to them than they are for men, including domestic violence. Um, and I think we also have to consider children in that as well, through the lens of childcare, but also, you know, we've seen through this pandemic the unfortunate statistics of how women and children have been marginalized, and I know that our staff is doing excellent work on that. So I did want to say thank you. I'm looking forward to uh, that information and seeing how we can work sort of um, more so than we even are outside of those silos. And you know, I think other counselors and uh, especially as we look towards, you know, community safety and ways to work together with Vancouver Fire and Vancouver Police, to find ways to make people feel safe in our city, but also to look at equity and making sure that people feel that Vancouver is a city where they can uh, get the support that they need. Personally, I wanted to say, and I want to thank Mayor Stewart for bringing this up. I last night was at a public hearing. Full disclosure, Minnie Mouse was on in the background for a large part of that, because with childcare, and I'm not a single parent, but there are two working parents in our household. So for reasons of that, I see how difficult it can be for just myself. I'm sure it's even more difficult for single parents in our city. And I also note, and it's not lost on me, that staff are in that situation also when they're working from home with limited childcare options as well. So I'm really excited to see sort of this gender audit that we're doing within the city of Vancouver, and hope also to see more opportunities in the future for mentorship and ways to mentor um, you know, young women, but also not just you know, and as Councillor Carr pointed out, or Chair Carr pointed out, it's not just about the political side of it. Although Chair Carr, I know you did set me up with my mentee that I had through the Canadian Women's Voters Congress, and I appreciate that. I hope that there will be more opportunities to mentor young women throughout the organization in several of our departments. So I will leave my comments there for now. I could go on and on about childcare, but I just did that on my previous motion. So thanks to staff, and that's all from me. I will be wholeheartedly supporting this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Mayor Stewart, Councillors Swanson and Dominato, I'm going to put you in that order on the main queue. I'm just going to clear that queue for a moment and put Mayor Stewart on first. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart, up to you
And
with closing
Chair,
statement.
Point of privilege is Councillor Bligh, if I can go on the list, please.
Absolutely. Okay, no problem. Great. Go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Chair Carr. Thanks again to staff for all their work and for the proponents like Ellen Wordsworth and others who spoke today and have been really moving this work forward. So thank you so much. Something I very deeply believe in and will continue to follow and advocate for. I have submitted an amendment to this report based on the discussions that we've had today. And I think the Chief Equity Officer had it right, is that we have to understand what we need to change first before we make changes. And Councillor Swanson had asked for a count, a simple count of how many social housing units the city owns. And this would go along these lines, is to look at how these both city-owned units, units that we create through policy like MERPs, and those on leased city land are distributed both in terms of gender and other diversity measures. So there's a couple things the council should note here. This is a simple count. There's no suggestion on policy reform or anything. It's just to provide us information. And the second is there's no timeline attached to this, because I think staff would have to take some work in understanding how we'd collect that information. One suggestion would be an initial count could be some kind of random check. You don't have to count every single unit. You could check 1 in 10 units or 1 in 100 units to have an initial count to see distribution. So leave that to staff to figure that out. But I do think that we have to get a handle on how city resources, especially very, very valuable resources like housing, how we distribute these units and how we could do this better. So I'm hoping for support, but that's my amendment.
Great. Thank
Second,
you. And
Swanson.
there's no second in committee,
Okay,
Councillor
sorry.
Swanson. Appreciate your enthusiasm. I'm moving us over, Councillor, to the main queue. That now that we have, actually, I'm moving us over to an amendment queue. If anybody wants to speak to this, you can do a request to speak to this one. And Councillor, did you know, is that you on there first?
It is.
All right, go ahead. Up to
Can I
5
ask
minutes.
a point of first? I'll say that
Information?
I am supportive of this. I just have a point of information to ask through you to the mover of the amendment, if possible.
Yes, you may.
Thanks so much. And Mayor Stewart, I was also wondering, in looking at this, through a gender intersectional lens, would that include looking at sort of the proximity to childcare and, the suitability of, I would suppose living space for women and children?
I think the quality of the location is definitely something that future investigations could look at, but just perhaps a simple count of units at this point rather than quality might be a good place to start, as I think this probably is a sizable amount of work to begin with, since it hasn't been done before. But I do think once the report is back, then we can look at other ways of assessing or perhaps policy change. So, but I do think that might be, yes, quality would be also important. However, I do think adding that right now would delay this initial count. But that would be my thought.
Thanks so much. I will be supporting this. We have to know where they are before we assess the quality. I completely agree, and hope that can be something that also maybe in the future is looked at. I know that is something that through the work that I've done on the housing committee at Metro Vancouver, along with other housing committee members. And at the time, there were only 2 of us women on the housing committee, and it was the 2 women who brought forward a motion to co-locate childcare. And so myself with Mayor Buchanan to co-locate childcare spaces with housing for that purpose, with family-sized housing units, and look at how Metro Vancouver could be doing that within our housing instead of having retail or commercial space where appropriate. I'm not suggesting that housing should be turned into childcare. But I very much appreciate that and just wanted to explain my reasoning for asking about that, and I will be supportive.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And next is Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. I'm happy to speak in support of this motion, and I appreciate Mayor Stewart bringing it forward. I'm a big fan of data-based policy and decision making, and I think that if you have an aspiration to improve, you need to know where you are and where you're starting from, so that you can get a sense of if you're moving the needle and moving forward. And I don't think that we have a true sense of that. I think we have some aspirations, but I think it would be helpful to frame those sort of in the context of just where we sit from sort of statistically, so to speak. So I'm very happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I do not see anyone else on the list. Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote on this amendment.
Chair, if it's point of privilege, Councillor Bligh,
I'm
if I could get a vote in
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
favor.
A vote in favor.
Yes, thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Clerk, are you handling the Councillor Bligh's vote? I don't have a prompt for that. Councillor Hardwick? Is Councillor Hardwick absent right now, Clerk? I think you indicated to me that she was.
I'll get out of your way. I can just sit over here.
Sorry, if there's somebody who's not on mute. So if you could all be sure you're on mute. Clerk, is Councillor Hardwick still away for a personal family emergency?
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr, and yes, it would appear so.
Okay, then that motion passes unanimously with one absent. And that takes us back to the clerk. Councillors, I'm going back to the question queue. Nobody add yourselves yet. We should be in a main queue right now, so I'm just going to take down the names so we can move on. Okay. Although, Mayor, if you had any other comments, you can make them now. Otherwise, I'm going to move back to the main queue.
Nope, just want to thank council for their support. I think, again, we can lead other cities in this, and I feel like this council has got it in to really push and push other municipalities to do the same type of work. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So just 1 second, councillors. I'm just going to put you in order. Councillor Swanson is up next, and I'll add all the rest of you, don't worry.
Yeah, thank you to the staff for doing all this work. And I'm glad we got that amendment. I think that's good. I'm hoping that we can get the disaggregated data that we need, especially around housing. And I think Colleen made a really important addition to get it around seniors too. I think the city is trying really hard in terms of diversity and inclusion around engagement, which is good. I'm sitting here thinking, how can we apply an intersectional lens to rezonings? I'd like to, I wouldn't mind getting some help with staff on that one. I think it would be really important if we could do it. And I'm hoping that our coming report on replacing police services with community-led services can also use this gendered intersectional lens. But I'm happy to support the report and keep working on this and keep hopefully providing the funding for it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, you are next to the amended motion.
Thanks, Chair, and in brief, thank you to staff for this update. I really appreciated to the staff who prepared the actual report itself, just the presentation of the information, and just in terms of identifying the priorities and clearly articulating the objectives and where we're at. And I appreciate the response around my questions around measures and measuring success, because if we're going to set out goals and objectives and associated actions, we need to be able to measure how we're doing and whether we're achieving those. And I know that Ellen spoke to that a bit in her presentation. One of the pieces that I value most in what's reflected in the report here is that intersectional lens being applied across our organization, but really consideration for our most marginalized individuals and women and trans women. And I think that needs to be articulated. And also the issue around safety is that we talked about this previously a few weeks ago, and there was a lot of engagement around the circumstances around public lighting and lighting in the city, and people's sense of well-being and sense of safety and how important that is, and certainly for women. But I appreciate Colleen also, to Councillor Swanson's point, raising that consideration around senior women, and I think that's critically important. And also the center and the conversation around housing. Appreciate Mayor Stewart's amendment and really that sort of needs assessment and understanding where we're at. I think that is having that starting point, and particularly women, considering that many women are caregivers, whether they be single parents or in a relationship, that their housing needs may be different than others, and that they're caring for children, and that's a critical role. And so we have to think for that in the context of our housing framework. So appreciate there were questions around that, and the staff are doing some follow-up. And then speaking just briefly to the work that's being undertaken around our own institution and organization, both with respect to our staff and parity and gender equity, but also around council operations and council diversity and gender equity. I really look forward to the clerks engaging those of us who are on council currently. I think it's important to provide our experience of what that looks like. I know I can, that this framework is really outward facing, a lot of it around our citizens' experience, but also internally facing. What does that look like? I know for myself personally, when we look at the pandemic and the changes and the working from home and doing all of the council work from home, it hasn't been better for me personally around childcare. It's actually been more challenging. And I think AFTAB spoke to that, is around the balancing of work and childminding, and then trying to do both of those at the same time. And so I'll be interested in that sort of feedback around council chambers. And but at the end of the day, for me, this is really important work that we're undertaking and continuing. I recognize it, Ellen's points around resourcing, but I appreciate the work that's been reflected here and the continuation of it for our city. So thank you to our staff.
Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh, on to you for closing comments, or to the amended motion.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to make some very brief comments here. One of them is to thank staff for the work and the report. It's one that I think was really clearly laid out, as Councillor Dominato just indicated, and helps for us in making these decisions and really seeing clearly how everything intersects. I just want to speak briefly to Colleen McGuinness, our speaker, who is the chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and a couple comments we've heard so far. And I think that the points raised by Ms. McGuinness, was by Colleen, is that we actually need a senior strategy, and it's not going to be enough for us to, sort of expect really representatives from that committee to come to council every time we speak about another issue that impacts seniors. Seniors is an intersectional lens that we need to apply to everything that we do. It's a growing demographic and more at risk with other decisions that are made in the city and just broadly speaking. So I hope from that we can start to talk more about what that could look like at this council. But generally speaking, I think that the buckets of work are very important. The only one missing for me is, and Ellen spoke to it as well, is around how women participate in local economy. And I think that can be understated. So whether it is workers in our hotels, tourism sector, in our small business, right across the board, childcare, they're very much have been affected certainly by the pandemic, but I think generally speaking really are a critical component to our local economy, including small business And this is information that perhaps we're lacking in terms of data collection. And I am encouraged by staff that they see that as an interesting and perhaps important piece of work that we can do. And really just felt the dialogue of this, the questions and the dialogue around this report was very open-ended and open-minded, and perhaps doesn't need a number of different motions so far as staff have really heard some of the requests and are looking to bring that information back. So I just think just generally as a council's sort of effectiveness and function, this has been a really positive conversation. And I think finally, I just want to say that the housing piece is critical, and we've got some decisions coming to council over the next year or perhaps till the end of our term that are going to speak to social housing projects. And I think that we really need to take a pause here and take it very seriously, the questions that have been posed. And social housing functions and needs are not all created equal, and there is a huge gap in our in the role that we play in enabling housing that specifically speaks to supporting women at risk and their children. And I know that there's a number on deck right now that I think could be excellent opportunities to positively integrate into neighborhoods where there's already a robust family supports, family connection. And so I'm looking to the future with this report to see how can we make sure that this is not a piece of work that's operating in silo, but that is truly cross-functional in terms of being able to deliver on the outcomes that we've identified as a very important part of this work. So really great morning, really encouraged to see this work and look forward to the conversation going forward.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a few comments I want to share kind of in close just to hit some of the points. And the first one, I'll just flag a concern, and it was really around the discussion, the point that the Mayor brought up on this sort of the status of his amendment to the equity report update last year, and the look and review at how to ensure council is a productive working environment. And I'm just going to flag a phrase that's sticking in my head right now, and that is nothing for us without us. And I have a bit of that feeling right now, and it may be unintended just in terms of timing of how that work is rolling out. But I think it is really critical to engage councillors meaningfully in that work, because again, I think one of the core intents, or certainly one of my takeaways, was around continuing to leverage this opportunity that we have at a moment in time with a historically female council, and a majority female council, which has never happened in the city of Vancouver, to actually ask how it's working and leave that legacy. And so maybe it's my kind of research or academic background, did my undergrad in psych and worked in psychophysiology labs and as research assistants. But we actually have a real life focus group opportunity here where we're living this in real terms of a predominantly female council that is operating, which is one sort of, I think, significant occurrence and circumstance. And the second one is that it's exacerbated by COVID. So if there isn't a better opportunity to engage council from that perspective so that we can be illustrative in terms of setting up a really accessible and open environment for people that will come after us, I don't know what is. So I'm just really flagging that as a plea to ensure that council are engaged, because I haven't heard anything about this one. I really appreciate the staff update today. I know we've had COVID, but I'm just going to say that I think we are pretty much the primary stakeholder in this group, and it's really important that council get engaged in that work. So I wanted to flag that. I also wanted to hit on, I think it was very helpful to reflect some of what others have said, Ms. McGuinness here, with respect to raising seniors' voices. And I actually brought a strategy forward for senior strategy. Councillor Weave will probably remember this at Park Board on the need to have a broader strategy, and it hit several lenses, and it was everything from facility design. So when you're thinking about all of our facilities, are we building for accessibility for all different ages and abilities? And that was a really key component of it. Things like isolation, it hit things like through your granting lens to different organizations, capacity in terms of delivering those social services. And the numbers are really staggering when you look at it. There was a fantastic workshop that we held at the Marpole Community Center, and a lot of the community came out. And the numbers, when you look at it, I think it was by 2050, we're going to see our seniors population over 65 go up by something like 70%. So that's pretty dramatic in terms of planning for equity for the future. So I wanted to highlight that. And the other thing is also to hit the safety note. I don't think that again, I know I'm reiterating my earlier comments, and Councillor Dominato mentioned this, but I think we would be not fulfilling our role as council if we didn't flag that is something I'm hearing consistently all the time in the city. And it's pretty hard to get people engaged in other work and aspirational work if fundamentally, if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, shelter, et cetera, safety, that people don't feel safe. And that is real, like that sense of safety, whether it's real or perceived, it's there. So that I think is critically important. And the other one is integrating it again in public space planning and lighting. And really glad to hear from staff that there's opportunity to increase that. There's engagement happening now, and there's opportunity to build on that. And I think of strategies like the Places for People strategy for downtown that council had in front of us last year. I think we need to be looking at that all the time, because when you design your spaces for people that are the most vulnerable or have those issues, they end up typically working for everybody, because people are looking at it through their lens and perspective that others don't often consider. So I think, again, COVID underscored the importance of public space. And as we look at, expanding things like our pop-up plazas, outdoor gathering spaces, things like weatherproofing to enable that sort of safe and social gathering, I think we have to have that lens on that as well. So those are my comments, but I really appreciate the work of the discussion today, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And that's it for councillors speaking to this set of recommendations. And I also will echo it. It's been a very good conversation amongst councillors and with the speakers as well. Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote on this amended motion.
Councillor Carr?
Yes,
Chair Carr?
Councillor Bligh? Yes.
Councillor Bligh, yes. A point of privilege and vote assist in favor, please.
Yep, we'll do that. Thank you. And that is a unanimous vote. So that is the conclusion. Thank you, staff, for your patience in answering all of our questions, and a great presentation and good work. Council, we would be normally moving on to item 2, which was held by Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick is absent on an unexpected personal issue. So I'm going to suggest that rather than moving to another item or changing the order of the agenda, we will just break 5 minutes early and proceed with the order of the agenda, with the hope that Councillor Hardwick will be back with us at 4 o'clock. Just to remind you all, we have a 1 hour lunch break, and then we are in camera from 1 o'clock until 4 o'clock. It's an extra long in camera today, so returning at 4. And thank you to speakers who are on the line for upcoming items, for your patience with us. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Kevin.
And away we go again.
All right. Been a long day for you with counseling.
Yeah, that's fine though. It went well.
Okay, good.
Yeah, council seems tired though.
Hi, David. It's Rowena calling from the council chamber. I connected with the TELUS line. Do you not see me? Hi, yes, we will be starting around 4:15. Rosemary just sent us an update. So I'm just going to do a mic test. We hear you just fine, by the way. I'm just going to do a mic test with TELUS. So please bear with us. David, are you able to hear from us now?
Hi there, Rowena. This is Frederick.
Oh, hi, Frederick. That's great. Good to have you on board. Okay. Yes, so we'll be starting around 4:15. Sorry?
I was just saying we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much,
Also,
Frederick.
David's line was muted, so I don't know if he was answering you or not, but
No problem.
I have unmuted his line now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, we will be reconvening approximately at 4:15. We just got an update from the acting city clerk. So I'm going to mute your line for now until we're ready to hear from speakers, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
10 minutes?
I
We
think
have a motion to recess from Boyle. Do you have a seconder?
Is that Tina's 10 minutes?
Second.
Fry seconds. All in favor?
Yay.
We're at 4:30, clerk. I don't see quorum. I just wonder what's happening.
We have quorum here. There's 2 members that are on WebEx.
Maybe it's
that
my
can
technical
conversate.
issue, but I'm not seeing more than 4 of us.
Adriane and Pete Fry are currently on the camera.
Chair, it's Paul Mokry here. Yeah, because of this challenge, our recommendation is that council actually, and again, we're scheduled to adjourn in half an hour anyways, is you just actually adjourn and come back at 6. Recess, sorry.
Okay, we'll
give us time to
recess.
sort this out.
Okay, we'll recess and come back at 6.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. We'll see you at 6.
Hi, David. Can you hear me? David, are you on the TELUS line? Councillor Weeb, are you able to hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Muted anything. Hi, David. Yes, Rosemary was doing a sound check with you. Did you hear us on the TELUS line?
You hear me now? Can you hear me? Yep,
Yes,
I
I
can hear you.
can. Yep, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thanks so much. Okay.
Councillor Carr, let's try that one more time.
I'm calling this standing committee meeting back to order. We are on to item 2 of our agenda, and this item, which is an issue report, consideration of rezoning proposals at 110 and 150 West 4th Avenue, has been held by Councillor Hardwick. We do have Lon Leclerc, the General Manager, Engineering Services, to provide opening comments, followed by a staff presentation from Hale Jones-Cox, Planner Engineering Services, along with staff from Engineering Services, and they are on the line to answer any questions. So, General Manager of Engineering, on to you.
Chair Carr, Paul Mokry here, Acting City Manager. Gil Kelly, I think, is going to take this one and set it up for us from planning.
Okay, great. Welcome, Gil Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, councillors. I know it's been a long day already, and we've got a lot more to go this week. We think we can be quite quick on this one. I just want to do a brief introduction here to set the context. We're coming forward this evening with a Director of Planning request for council that we take in a rezoning application, actually a pair of them next door to one another's one campus site, under the Broadway interim rezoning policy that was passed by council, which in general puts a pause on rezonings while the plan is underway, and that plan will be coming to you end of this year for adoption. It does, however, allow for us to bring forward in the form of issues reports like we have before you this evening for council consideration, rezonings that would run in advance of that, that qualify under sort of exceptional circumstances in the judgment of the Director of Planning. And this is one of those cases. And in fact, I think council, it's a very good news story. This will cater to a locally founded and quickly growing biotechnology company, Abcelera. And the reasons for advancing this quickly are they are very rapidly growing and would like to stay in Vancouver, as we would like them to. Several hundred good quality jobs here involved. And the second reason, and by the way, it completely fits the purposes of the Mount Pleasant Industrial District in terms of use, a mix of labs and office. The reason we want to bring this forward, secondly, is that this particular company is developing a therapy for viruses such as COVID-19 through monoclonal antibody research and development work that they're doing in Vancouver, and have actually received $75 million from the federal government of Canada to accelerate that work. So we're very glad to have this company in Vancouver and want to provide them a permanent home. But in order to scale up, given the time frame of needing to produce that vaccine, that therapy, it's really, really time sensitive. And so we felt we want to bring this in advance of the Broadway plan completion because of that time sensitivity and because it is such a pertinent use for the aspirations that are coming out of both the Vancouver plan and the Broadway plan as a really a perfect fit of what we'd like to see in terms of employment in this district going forward. So that's the sort of quick framing for you in the crest tonight. If you're following your approval tonight, if you choose, then we would work with the applicant here to get right into the specifics of the rezoning. We're not asking you tonight to sign off on any specifics around that, just to allow a planning to essentially take in this application and begin the processing early. So with that, let me just turn it over quickly to Hale Jones-Cox, who has a few slides to show you here. I just wanted to really thank the staff here from both our economic development group and the Broadway plan team in planning, as well as the current planning folks, for really teeing this up in a rapid fashion. And I would note finally that the vice president of Abcelera, the company involved, is here tonight to answer any questions you might have about the company and their ambitions. Thank you. So Hale.
Yes,
fantastic.
Go ahead.
Gil, thank you very much for teeing that up for me, and thank you very much for having me here this evening, Mayor and Council. So as Gil noted, we're bringing forward this issues report that is regarding two sites, 110 and 150 West 4th Avenue. And as you can see on this image here, it shows the location within, kind of right in the heart of the Mount Pleasant industrial area. So I won't linger too long on the agenda. I know you have lots of items ahead, but briefly just want to quickly provide some background and set some context, and then explain why these are some exceptional circumstances, as Gil has already alluded to very well, and why we should be considering rezoning applications at this time. So a simplified version of the recommendation here you can see on the slide is generally that council instructs the general manager of planning, urban design and sustainability to consider separate rezoning applications for two sites within the Mount Pleasant area, which propose mixed industrial and office buildings that are at heights and densities above what is permitted currently in the I-1 district schedule as an exception to the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. Overall, in terms of purpose of the report and the presentation, in addition to advising council about those inquiries, we also wanted to provide that background information on the inquirer themselves, on Abcelera, and as Gil noted, Marie McCutcheon here is available for some questions if you have specific questions regarding Abcelera and their interest in building this biotechnology campus in Mount Pleasant. They want to present that rationale as to why this is an exceptional circumstance, and finally provide some details about what would be next steps if we have support for staff to work with the applicants to prepare rezoning applications for this area. So in terms of Abcelera, they are a locally founded and headquartered biotechnology company focused on antibody drug discovery and development. They were founded locally at UBC in 2012, and they are headquartered today in the Mount Pleasant area. They have developed a COVID-19 antibody therapy in partnership with Eli Lilly, which is being used for emergency use for high-risk patients with mild to moderate COVID-19 symptoms. And that is actually being currently clinically trialed at the Surrey Memorial Hospital, backed by the provincial government. Building upon the success of their initial public offering in December, and with a $175 million grant from the federal government, Abcelera is seeking to develop a state-of-the-art biotech industrial lab campus in the Mount Pleasant area, and also another manufacturing facility in the region, I understand. And that campus will include these two sites at 110 and 150 West 4th Avenue, which are the subject of this report, but also noting the locations of the existing headquarters at 2215 Yukon Street, as well as another building at 2131, which is actually Manitoba Street, which is currently under construction. So taking a step back and just quickly setting the context with regards to policy, we have lots of great policy to build upon, and these projects are supporting that. Overall, stepping as far back as 2007, we had the Metro Core Jobs Economy and Land Use Plan, which set our high-level goals and locations for targets for job growth in the city. And then stepping forward to 2013, that we set those goals in the regional context. In 2013 as well was when we actually had some amendments to the I-1 zoning district schedule, which allowed additional office density. And in 2016, we had the new Mount Pleasant Creative District introduced along the eastern edge between Quebec and Main Streets, with additional density for office and tech uses up to about 5 FSR. In 2018, the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy was introduced at the outset of the Broadway planning process, which generally limits rezoning within the Broadway study area while the plan is underway. But there were 3 exceptions that allowed consideration for rezoning applications, including Policy 3, which states that rezoning applications which seek relief from any of the terms of this rezoning policy may be considered under exceptional circumstances once reported to Council for direction at the discretion of the Director of Planning. And that's what we're doing here today in terms of the issues report that we're bringing forward. Scooting ahead to 2019, moving forward in earnest with the Broadway planning process, our first phase included proposed guiding principles, which included directions to foster a robust and diverse economy. And we also had the employment lands and economy review that was moving forward kind of at the same time. And in 2020, the phase 2 report was delivered that included recommendations to modernize and intensify the city's industrial land base where possible. And we see this as an opportunity to do that. In 2020 as well, there were some quick start actions which came out of the Broadway Plan and the Employment Lands and Economy Review work, 2 of which were focused on the Mount Pleasant area. One of them was to add healthcare office to the I-1 district schedule. And the second one was to introduce the new I-1C district schedule, which allowed us to consider intensifying job space along the south side of 2nd Avenue between Yukon and Quebec streets. And then really scooting forward to today, we're currently out with phase 2 emerging directions for the Broadway plan. And some of those directions include goals to intensify the production, distribution, and repair, which are the light industrial uses that are the function of this area, to increase opportunities to support the innovation economy, to continue to restrict residential uses, and to consider a broad range of uses, including additional amenities and services in this area. So in terms of exceptional circumstances, the Director of Planning recommends that Council direct staff to consider a rezoning application review process for each site based upon the exceptional circumstances that Abcellera is seeking additional industrial lab space to develop new therapeutic antibody drug candidates to help fight the spread and mutation of COVID-19 viruses and other diseases. Just want to note as well that laboratory is actually considered as an industrial use in the I-1 district schedule today.
Excuse me just 1 second. Councillors or people, could you please keep your mics muted unless you're the one talking? Thank you.
Thanks. The Broadway Plan, Employment Lands and Economy Review, and the Metro Vancouver Regional Industrial Land Strategy all indicate the need to deliver additional industrial and office employment space, to modernize the city's industrial land use definitions, and to explore increased flexibility in the permitted uses within the industrial area. I just want to note that the proposed additional density and uses are generally aligning with our anticipated policy goals for the Broadway Plan and through the ELER work to intensify our industrial areas. And the development of a biotechnology campus in Mount Pleasant has some significant benefits for COVID recovery, not just with respect to public health objectives, but also in terms of economic recovery. Abcellera aims to hire more than 1,000 knowledge economy, very well-paying lab and research jobs in the area within the next 7 years, in addition to the hundreds of construction jobs that would be created from these projects as well. I want to just note, as Gil said at the beginning, we're not asking council at this time to approve any rezoning or height, form, massing, density, any of that at this time. Just asking that a consideration for staff to permit, for staff to work with the applicant as an exceptional circumstance. And if council approves the recommendations of this report, we'll work with the applicants through the rezoning application process to refine that form of development and to ensure that there's a great compatibility and fit with the Mount Pleasant area. Each site would have separate public engagement processes as a standard for a rezoning, which would include mailed notifications, meeting with stakeholder groups, open houses, public feedback forms, and of course the formal public hearing process as required for all rezoning applications. So that provides some of the background. Just want to note we have staff available from both planning, as well as from Abcellera as well to answer any questions you may have at this time.
And thank you. And you do have questions. First from Councillor Hardwick.
Point of privilege?
Yes. Yes.
It's Councillor Adriane. If you could add me in the queue for questions.
I will do that. Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thank you. Why this location? Lab and office space, which is what this file is about, can take place in many parts of the city. We have very limited industrial space left. I mean, real industrial space. Why this location? It seems to me that there's, ample opportunities in other parts of the city that would not take away the industrial land, because once it's gone, it's gone.
If I may, Councillor Hardwick, I would do a quick answer, and we may want to hear from the applicant or the user here of the site about their site preference. But lab with accessory office is an allowed use in the Mount Pleasant Industrial District, and it's one of the uses that we do encourage. So it qualifies as an industrial use under the current Mount Pleasant Industrial Plan uses.
So all of this modernizing industrial use is not being applied to this file?
It doesn't require any redefinition of what we call industrial. No, it's an allowed use.
So what are you considering then? Height and density above and beyond the existing zoning?
Yeah, that principally, we'll get into the details of the application once it comes in to see if there are additional considerations, but those will be the principal ones.
But that doesn't really, maybe the applicant can answer the question then. Why this site? What's the advantage of this site versus other locations throughout the city?
Mr. McCutcheon, are you able to get on?
I am, and thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for your question. It's important to stress that lab space is industrial space. This is the industries of the future that are going to drive economic development in Vancouver and attract and retain
But that's
companies
not
there.
answering my question. The question is really a land economics question, because I'm talking about use. Lab space and office space is plentiful. Why this location, and what is the economic case for it?
Thank you. I would beg to differ. In fact, there is a critical lab shortage in the region at present. Life Sciences BC has gone on record recently reporting that companies are leaving Vancouver because of the inability to procure or secure lab space. The reality is, if you're a scaling biotech company in Vancouver, you need to plan years in advance for your growth, because there simply is not any lab space available. A second point is that AbCellera is located currently in Mount Pleasant. We have a footprint at 6th and Yukon, 20,000 square feet. There we are about to build out the labs in a building at 5th and Manitoba, which is 3 blocks away. That building has just been completed for the core shell, and we're starting the lab fit out. And so we are committed to this region. It is ideally suited for us.
So thank
and
you.
There's a tremendous advantage to consolidating our facilities in a close proximity to each other, so
I
that
see
we
the
can
cluster. I see the cluster, and that's a good answer. The clustering of activities around there, it makes perfect sense from that standpoint. Well, I know I've got 5 minutes, right, Mayor?
Yes, you do.
Sorry,
sorry,
Council Chair Carr.
Chair. Yeah.
You can understand the concern about once it's gone, it's gone. Land is the only thing that lasts. So it's obviously a very serious concern to us in Vancouver. But I'm persuaded, based on your clustering argument, and provided that you would be making a long-term commitment, decades-long commitment, for example, what's the long-term plan?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll respond to that question. So certainly our commitment is decades long. We, AbCellera, it's not unusual for companies to of our sort to own their facilities in order to have that long-term planning. So we have actually committed to these sites, and we're jointly developing them, and we have committed to 15 and 20-year leases to be the primary tenant in both sites. So
great, excellent.
That's
okay.
That's
Thank
your
you very
time.
much.
But there are more questions, staff. Council, I just want to keep you focused on what is the matter at hand here. We're not in any way debating the content. Just 1 second. We're not in any way debating the content of a potential rezoning application. This is whether or not to proceed with allowing an application to come forward, and that is to allow it as an exception to the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. So if you could focus on that as a matter of debate right now, I'd appreciate it. Councillor DiGenova, what's your point of privilege?
I just wanted to make sure I was on the queue for questions.
You are on the queue. I'm just instructing you as councillors to keep focused on the actual matter under debate right now. Councillor Kirby Young, you are next for up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And just following up on that, Councillor Hardwick touched on some of my questions, but I'll just reiterate this for clarity. And that's my understanding that this is an allowed use. So what council is really being asked to consider here, and this is probably a question for staff, is really a timing differential between the desire for AbCellera to move forward now versus waiting for the conclusion of the Broadway planning initiative. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to reflect that really clearly, so we're clear on kind of the scope of this decision. And that allowed use was enabled through past decisions by this council, I'm going to say in the fall, a few months back, memory serves. Is that, am I correct on that?
It's actually not connected directly to the fall decisions that you made. Those were other early actions. This is outside of that one area along 2nd Avenue that was the subject of your fall referral. But this is actually lab uses are longstanding permitted use within this district. So the rezoning would enable potentially more height and density.
Great, perfect. Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Kelly. And then one follow-up question for Mr. McCutcheon, if I can, while you're on the line. Mr. McCutcheon, can you hear me?
I'm here, Councillor Kirby Young. Thank you.
No problem. I wonder if you can comment on what timing in your business means, particularly with COVID-19 and with respect to things like antibody development. I understand from what I've learned about AbCellera that may not be, can be preventative, but may certainly also mitigate impacts for people that might contract COVID, especially seniors. So what does time mean to you in terms of having access to space and development cycles?
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps a bit of context about our COVID-19 program. So AbCellera embarked on our discovery work a year ago. In fact, we were able to receive the first patient sample that was consented in North America for study. And in really record-setting timelines, we were able to discover, develop, and ultimately, with our partner, our pharmaceutical partner, Lilly, entered clinical trials within 3 months for that therapy. This was authorized in November on an emergency use basis in the US by the FDA, and it was shortly thereafter authorized by Health Canada in December. So this therapy, bamlanivimab, is now being it's been approved or authorized in 15 countries globally. In the United States, 360,000 patients have had access to it. There have been multiple positive readouts from phase 3 clinical trials, and we're seeing that 70 to 90% risk reduction in both hospitalizations and deaths in these trials. So essentially, for mild to moderate COVID in high-risk populations, there is no reason to die from COVID-19. There have been no deaths in any of the therapeutic arms of those trials. So I provide this context. It's really important to understand that there are therapies that are available now that will be needed in future. We know that we are going to be living with COVID-19. It's even after we have widespread vaccination, it is going to be part of our public health environment. I was listening to Minister Dix on the radio this morning on CBC, and he said several times that this is not going away soon. So we know that we need a mix of responses. Vaccines obviously important and are front and center, but therapies such as what AbCellera is developing are certainly necessary. In fact, it can be a shield against the serious adverse health effects that we're seeing. Now, looking to the future, we continue very active work in this space because, as we know, the virus is mutating, and the therapies and vaccines that work today are not necessarily going to be the ones that.
I have limited time and I have 30 seconds left, and I really appreciate the context of my question specifically is just to zero in is, are you constrained by lack of space currently, and do you need that space to continue this work more expeditiously?
Thank you. Absolutely. We are. It's not an exaggeration to say we're desperate for lab space right now. We cannot risk any disruption to our plans because this is really urgently needed.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Chair Carr. And I apologize, I now am signed on to my panel, so hopefully no more interruptions. My question actually is not for staff, and it's more along the lines of what Councillor Kirby Young had just asked, but slightly different. So I'm wondering if it's possible to ask a question of the applicant.
Councillor Genova, I think that's fine. Understanding that our focus is allowing this to be able to proceed to be considered for rezoning under
Oh,
the
yes,
idea of
I'm aware of
under
the
exceptional circumstances
very
to the
narrow,
interim.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Go
The
ahead.
very narrow scope of questions I'm allowed to ask.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
And that's mostly about accelerant. It's not the form of development that we're looking at because the public hearing is for that in a public forum after notification. But Mr. McCutcheon, if I can ask, what would it mean for you not to be able to move forward with this referral, to have some certainty that this would be heard at a sooner time than otherwise wouldn't be happening if the Director of Planning wasn't suggesting this? In other words, would there be a possibility, and I'm so sorry to put you on the spot, but that you'd have to look for space outside of Vancouver, or that it in fact could delay the work that Accelerate is doing?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. At present, one of the sites is an active site, and so this work has begun. Concrete is being poured, and there is a critical timeline for making changes to the site that would accommodate our needs and our use. Our fear is that with delays, we would need to pause construction on the site, which is not in our interests, and not, I think, in the interests of the plans that we're laying for grounding and rooting our company in Vancouver. So that is, I think we're aiming for to try to meet the timelines that are before us, in particular on that site, but also for the neighboring site, which was presented in the report. If for some unforeseen reason there were delays, as you allude to, then I think we would need to we would need to look at the whole picture and think about. I don't want to speculate. We want to commit to Vancouver. We love this city. We're patriots. We're a local company, and we want to be here. So we're also looking at False Creek Flats for the GMP manufacturing facility, which has a funding commitment from the federal government to support the use of that space. And so again, proximity, centrality, connections to the local hospitals and research institutes. These are all crucial factors. So that's what we're looking at, and we're confident that we will that I think we have a strong case here. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Chair Carr, I can't see the queue. I'm rushing back to try and I'll look at it right now. But if there's no one else, could I go on to the motion?
There are others on. So
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
could you put me at the bottom of the list then?
Yeah. Go ahead. I will do that. Yeah. Sorry.
Chair Carr, this is Gil Kelly. If I might just make one quick clarification.
Yes.
Possible.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. McCutcheon just made reference to that he's broken ground on one of the sites, and that's under an existing development permit that was issued for a potential prior user. So they've taken that site over. The rezoning would be able to add capacity to that site. So just to be clear, we haven't jumped the gun on construction here. That's underway under an existing development permit.
That's a good clarification. Thanks, Gil. Councillor Fry, you are up next for up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Chair, I just jumped on the list to move the recommendation because I hadn't seen any further questions.
Okay. Councillors DeGenova and Kirby Young are on the list, but I believe that they have asked questions. So you're on. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add a couple of closing comments and just move the recommendation. I don't have any questions, so.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And
I don't have questions either. Oh, sorry.
thank you.
My
Appreciate
apologies.
that. I think no, I appreciate that. And you had indicated that you didn't have that you had finished your questions. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry, I'm going to move to the main queue at this point, and I've got you on there. Go ahead.
Yeah, only I hardly contemplated that it would be happily addressing the opportunity that the pandemic has afforded us here, but I do see this as a tremendous opportunity for our city and for a homegrown company. And I want to thank staff for accelerating this work for and with Abcelera, because I think this is a real moment in time that obviously can't afford to wait, because given the fast moving nature of the pandemic and the mutations and the real opportunity to build a very important and critical industry here in our city, it's a real honor to our city to be participating in this, and I really want to thank staff for moving this one quickly.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you. And just before you start, I'm just going to caution councillors that we are only allowing the application to be considered by staff to come forward to us. We are not, and that would likely end up in a public hearing. So just regarding your comments, it's about the ability of staff to move this forward. Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I am speaking in support of the recommendations. And, again, I think it was important to clarify, as we did earlier, that this is an allowed use. And so this is really a timing consideration, as the Director of Planning has outlined and the report stipulates, for the reasons that have been identified due to the nature of the work. I will just comment, recognizing that we do have a public hearing process that will ensue from this as recommendations come forward. That we have seen the impact in Canada of our country's diminished capacity in not having domestic vaccine production, and recognizing that Abcelera's products are somewhat different with the production of antibodies, but nonetheless critically important to, I think, to be able to have that type of medical capacity. So when we are considering and having an issues report coming forward, I think that there does need to sort of be an appropriate and valid rationale, and I think public health certainly fits the bill on that. I've had the opportunity to learn about Abcelera and the work that they do over the past number of months. And it is the type of economic, I'll say broadly, sort of outside of the specifics of the public hearing, being thoughtful to the comments in terms of what council actually should be speaking to at this point, is that it is the type of also economic generation and sort of the tech and knowledge-based jobs that we also want to be developing in terms of having that intellectual property and capacity in Canada. So I think from my perspective, the case is valid and well articulated in terms of why this should be considered as an exception, which is really simply the decision that we have tonight to allow this to be considered. But I do want to say thank you to Abcelera for joining the conversation, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next reports come forward to be considered in there appropriately for the processes. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And again, I'm just going to reiterate to make sure everyone's clear about this. What you want to make sure of is that you, in whatever you say, the interpretation could be none other that you have an open mind in terms of the potential to consider an application at a rezoning. So with that in mind, go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. I had framed my comments exactly that way because I know that that's important. I don't usually ask questions about referrals because I do that at the time of the public hearing, but I think that it is important because we don't often see, something in as unique a situation possibly as this coming forward for referral the way that it has, as I think has well and the questions that applicants have answered satisfy not only my concerns with the process, but also I think that the urgency that this has been forward under the discretion of the Director of Planning. I think that it really, really is important to consider what Abcelera does and we are in a pandemic, and we are, racing against the clock here to make sure there's not only immunization, that we're keeping people safe. And I know that our staff, and, I look at our city, our province, and really worldwide, there are people who are living in situations that aren't safe. And if Accelera is looking at this through the lens of expediting this application, and I'm keeping an open mind to the application, I want to be completely up about that and treated no differently than I do every other public hearing process. But I think that there isn't a need and an urgency for this, because although we're talking about a possible form of development in the city of Vancouver, offers services and technology that's not only cutting edge and leading in their field, but could essentially help people worldwide throughout this pandemic. For that reason, I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Dominato, go ahead at 5.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your guidance in speaking to this. So I'll try to focus on the issues report itself. And I will say I'm strongly supportive of the recommendation. I think that staff and Accelera have made a strong case, and there's a strong rationale in the issues report for instructing the general manager of planning to consider rezoning applications for these sites. I felt compelled in reviewing the report and the reasoning, as well Accelera's responses to questions this evening around consideration for why these particular sites and the vision for a broader campus. So, my colleagues have already spoken to more broadly the fact that as a city, we need to be prepared to be flexible and nimble. And in my mind, this is what this issues report achieves, is that in light of a proposal that's come forward or consideration, that we're prepared to flex and consider the emergence of a leading sector, the biotech sector. My colleagues have spoken already to the potential benefits. Obviously, we have to approach a rezoning with an open mind, but potential benefits of an expanded sector in Mount Pleasant, in the city of Vancouver, both for the local economy, but also job creation. And then the broader health context of made in Canada health responses, and we've seen that with Accelera around the antibody treatment. And so I personally am very supportive of the staff recommendations that are before us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Great. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the general manager of planning and their team. I think that it is a tricky process, recognizing the amount of proposals we do have for this corridor, and to bring an issues report forward. I think it was done in a proper way. I appreciate the details in the report, as well as the presentations today. So I will be supportive of this issues report and really commend staff on a great job on how they brought this forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb, and that is the last of Councillor speakers. So, Clerk, could you take us to a vote on this, please?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor Hardwick.
I'm having computer problems, and so I'm wondering if I can get a vote assist.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
In favor, please.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Council, that vote is complete, and it is a unanimous decision in favor. Great. We have now finished item 2, and we are on to item 3. Sorry, just a second. Item 3 was by consent. We are on to item 4. Approval of business improvement area renewals and expansion 2021. Gail Kelly, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, and Peter Vaisbord, Planner, Urban Design and Sustainability, along with staff from Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, are on the line to answer any questions. But I don't believe there are questions at this point. But before we turn to speakers, councillors, you have the opportunity to ask any questions of staff. And I do not see anyone on the list. So, Clerk, I would turn to you to assure me that there are speakers on the line for this item. Is that true?
And just, it's Peter Vaseport here, Economic Development Planning. I have a 1 minute update on introduction to council.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, good evening, Chair Carr and councillors. In consideration of time, I'll limit to less than a minute. This report is for approval of the renewal of 6 BIAs and a 3-block expansion of the Hastings North BIA between Cassiar and Boundary. Quick background, each BIA has engaged with affected property owners and businesses in their area. The 6 renewing BIAs engaged owners and businesses within their respective BIAs. The Hastings North BIA engaged owners and businesses in the proposed expansion area. Now, you'll recall on November 24, 2020, staff reported to Council the results of the BIA outreach efforts. Council approved commencement of the 7 initiatives and authorized notifications to affected property owners and business tenants. There is a 1-month period for registration of objections. Objections from 1/2 of the property owners or businesses, counted separately, will defeat a BIA application. To summarize the results, none of the BIA notifications generated objections sufficient to defeat the applications. In fact, no category exceeded 10% opposition. 3 applications, including the proposed expansion, received 0 objections. Finally, the BIA representatives are present this evening, have brief addresses prepared, and are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ben. There are questions. Councillor Weeb, if you have questions, go ahead. You have, yes, up to 5 minutes to ask questions of the staff.
Yeah, I'll be declaring a code of conduct. So on item D,
conflict of interest?
Yes, on approval application to the Mount Pleasant Community Improvement Association, as I have a business within the district and I'm the former president of the Mount Pleasant Commercial Improvement Association. So I will need D separated out and I'll be voting on the rest of the report.
Okay, Clerk, do you take note of that in terms of that conflict? Great.
Yes, thank you.
Good. So there's no, at this point, no questions or no other questions. So we can turn to the speakers. And thank you for your patience, speakers. I understand a number of you were on the line earlier today. So we first have Stephen Regan, Executive Director of the Davie Village Business Improvement Association. Are you on the line, Stephen Regan?
Yes, I am.
Great. We hear
Thank you
you
very
clearly.
much.
Yes, go ahead.
Good.
Up to count. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Councillor, and Chair Carr. And thank you to Peter Vasborg and Paul Seegers as well, and quite frankly to all the city staff who've supported the success of the BIA program over the years. It's greatly appreciated. I know my board is very much in gratitude to the good work and the strong relationship. And the board really sees the city BIA relationship as a special one, and particularly during the pandemic this year, when there was additional need for engagement with council and the mayor and staff teams. You know, everything was very much appreciated. I always reported out back to my board, and they were very much impressed by all the time and attention that each of the councillors and the mayor had taken for the BIAs during a year when some of us, as we're here today, were going through the outreach and renewal process, which added a little more stress to our 2020. We're very excited for the recovery. We're keen to make the West End the best it can be over the next 5 years, and we felt that asking for your support for a 5-year renewal was the right thing to do at this time, and we feel like we've got a lot of support from the business community and the property owners. As I said, 2020 was a really strong year for engagement. Again, we really appreciated the extra time and efforts council, mayor and council spent with us. A note on consultations. We invest a lot of time and effort. Prior to our last mandate, we worked very, very hard, a lot of time and effort into the West End Community Plan, and we're very pleased with that plan and are working hard with Gil and Lon and others on implementation. But we do have another plan, the citywide plan, coming ahead over the next 5 years, so in this next mandate. Plus, in the West End, we have a community center high school site plan that is moving forward that will fundamentally change a big section of Denman Street. So we're really keen for that, as well as a waterfront master plan. I guess the point is we just want to make sure that all the time and effort that the businesses' voices are not somehow, discounted over that period of time or weighed against other interests in a way that doesn't sometimes make the boards or the committees that we engage to do these things feel like they're heard the way they would like to be. Very quickly, a couple more things. Fundamental to all BIAs are clean and well-maintained streets, sidewalks, and lanes. There's a few sections of each of those that always need attention, and we're very grateful. We work very hard with the city to try and make sure that those conditions are good. More needs to be done. Safe neighborhoods, low crime is fundamental, and of course, taxes and permits, the fees and the processes. All of those things factor into what a BIA is about and why our businesses support the renewal. We work on these every day, year round. In terms of the West End, I just wanted to point out a couple of things for your attention. Number one is the Jim Diva Plaza. There's a number of things we've talked to senior staff about. It needs more support and attention. The space is underperforming despite best efforts of city staff. And we think a lot of it is the investment level. And quite frankly, it's unpredictable investment. It would be ideal if it was perhaps even formula funded, something to allow us to plan longer term and to really lean into these public spaces. And then a final thought also on placemaking, which is something we've leaned into over the past year and will lean into more over the next 5 years, is the temporary expedited patio permit program. It was a breakthrough. We've been advocating for a patio zone in the West End since 2015, building off the West End plan. 2020 was an absolute incredible year for progress. So hats off to your council motions. They were spot on, and staff went above and beyond. Final thought, make this program permanent. Council and BIAs, if you can consult with us and businesses, we'd love to tweak some designs and really make this program work for the City of Vancouver. So we're excited about that for the next 5 years. Thank you very much for your time and support.
Yeah, thank you. And if you could stay on the line, you do have questions? Great. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Stephen. Thanks for being here and thanks for hanging in with the schedule. On the TEP, the Temporary Expedited Permanent Program, and making it permanent, can you expand a little bit on what your vision is and what that looks like? I know that the public responded to that enhanced public realm, but from a business perspective, do you have any specific recommendations you would share on that?
Well, I know staff responded really well to your motions. I think that just aiming, moving away from the temporary, take the first T out of it, and find a way and encourage staff to work with us to navigate to a permanent. I know there has been a patio program and a curbside patio program slowly incubating since about 2016, and there was lots of studies. I just feel like you made a breakthrough. The pilots have been done. We'd love to see some design tweaks so that if they're going to be left out there or can be out there year round, we just want to protect the people who can use them from weather and wind and rain. And so I think there's some design work to be done. But your staff proved that they can solve almost any issue. They did so over the past year. It was amazing what they were able to do in such a short time for so many businesses. We just say, keep going, make it permanent and lean in. That'd be a great legacy.
How important is the seasonality piece? Because obviously usage drops off in the winter and the winterization is constrained currently in terms of sides, panels, for example, due to airflow and health guidelines.
Yeah.
So they might look different in terms of winterization now than in a non-COVID environment. So how important is the seasonality outside of the heat, spring and summer, sunny time?
Well, I think through all of our lived experience, it's not a lot of fun to be in a cold, damp, wet, windy spot and trying to enjoy a conversation or enjoy a warm meal or a tea or a coffee. I do think there will be some opportunities for design improvement. We know it's tricky. We know there's lots of issues that need to be resolved. I just think your staff team working with us, we can get there. Umbrellas as an example of a winterization. So umbrellas are really only good for one thing. They're good for shade in the sun. Otherwise, in terms of weather protection, moisture, rain, wind, they're not really that valuable an asset. They're more of a shade. They're more of a summer tool than a winter tool. So if we want to have a winter program and winterize it, let's lean in. And your staff indicated they would work with BIAs and businesses to find a way forward. It's just, there's other priorities. So without council encouraging it to be permanent and a priority, we just worry that it'll maybe fizzle away.
And that's your time, Councillor
Thank
Kirby.
you, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Wee, up to you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, first question is, what was the staff time needed to pull together this report? And do you think there's an opportunity for us to streamline the renewal process for our BIAs?
Good question. Yeah, we had advocated for some renewal. BIAs were a little bit different than other business associations in that we have our budgets annually approved by our membership and by City Council, and then we also go through a mandate renewal process. It would almost be nice to pick one. I probably, with my staff team, there'd be probably about, in the range of, 100 hours. I engage my board deeply in dialogue and discussion and planning. We would do that. We would do that anyways. The outreach and the time spent with committee and others, I would say, probably another 70 hours of, board committee time and one-on-one conversations with businesses. So it's not insignificant. It was quite a thing to sort of manage through the pandemic. Doing deep planning every 5 years or whatever the cycle is really important. We would do that anyways. We think it could be a city guideline and sort of part of what you do. But do you need to have both a mandate renewal and go through the annual approval of your budgets at an AGM? So it'd be nice to pick one. We currently have a system where we do both.
Okay, thank you. Second one, you talked about the increased consultation and the amount of plans you're working on in last year. Can you talk a little bit about how that consultation went with the city? And you seemed pretty excited that the BIAs were included in a lot of our city planning and ensuring that moving forward, we really have the communities we were hoping to have because we have the BIA experience in that consultation.
Yeah. We really dove into the West End Community Plan back in 2012 and 13, and not everything we asked for, advocated for, or thought was a good idea landed in the plan. But it is interesting as the years go by in implementation, how many things you thought landed well or would be activated right away, or priorities the years go by and you kind of end up in year 8 and we're having conversations with the senior staff going, oh gosh, can we work on this, or when are we going to get to this item? And so there's a little bit of frustration there, and there's sometimes there's pieces that didn't land the way we wanted. And again, Jim Diva Plaza is a good example. We didn't ask for that as a BIA in the plan. It sort of came through in the plan, and we said, well, we're going to make the best of it. But it's like, you put staff with one hand behind their back, and you put us behind the 8 ball as a BIA trying to, make a silk purse out of something that was less than that, just because, the concrete was poured, some of the pieces were put in, but the operating budget, it's kind of like building a pool. You wouldn't build a community center pool and not put water in and hire a lifeguard and plan for that, or a library. It needs books in a library, and plazas. I mean, are they supposed to just figure themselves out? That's not the experience we're having, and we'd love for it to be a much better, more welcoming, robust space. But progress is slow. Like I said, not everything lands maybe as fast or as well as we had hoped when we start planning.
Thank you.
And we have lots of plans coming down the pipeline, and we're a little nervous about, oh gosh, are we going to be really, are we going to be good at being engaged? Are we going to be good stakeholders? Are we going to find out that some of these other plans, waterfront, that high school, community center site, what if they fall short in a couple of key areas? What are we going to be left with, right? When there's so much potential, we all think there's so much potential, and just a shame when it's not fully realized.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair Carr, I think you're muted.
I am. You're so. Thank you very much. And
Councillor
yes,
Hordwick,
thank you.
this is Norman.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry, Norman. I'm not sure. I don't have a Norman on my list.
Sorry, Chair Carr, that was somebody from the chamber. You can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, that's great. Good, thank you. And our next speaker is Patricia Barnes. Patricia Barnes, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Great, we can hear you well. Go ahead to council for up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Carr, Mayor, and Council. I'm really happy to be here today. Okay, this is the third expansion. Can you still hear me? Something's going funny.
Yeah, no, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Okay. This is the third expansion for the HNBIA, and we're really looking forward to adding the businesses east to Boundary to our membership. So we'll be working now with the businesses and the property owners in that area, and it's an area that requires some work and I think has been left out a little bit. So we're really looking forward to bringing them in and helping to revitalize that area. We do know there's a lot of development planned in that area. So it doesn't have very many retail right now, but we'll certainly be working with the businesses that are there and with the developers to bring it more vibrancy. I think similar probably to Stephen, I'd like to talk a little bit about the work that we've all done together over the last year. It's been a lot. Some of it's been really exciting, and of course we're all getting a little tired these days. But I'd really like to note how important it has been to see the strong relationship that we have had with the BIAs and the council and with staff. And I think it just shows how well we can all work together. And I think it's really important that we continue that partnership as we start to look at economic recovery and how we make that a priority for Vancouver. We know that it's going to be a long haul. We're all sitting on the edge of our chairs, hoping that we're going to get through the next 3 to 6 months basically intact. And then what is going to happen next? How long is it going to take for that vibrancy to return to our city? And I think that working together in partnership will be really important. And I believe that our BIAs, we bring that on the ground expertise that can really help inform when we're looking at policies and plans and changes and what we should do. And I think over the last year, we've seen some great examples. We've seen both the federal government and the province come forward with plans. They had to act quickly, but they didn't necessarily get that on the ground expertise and have had to go back to the drawing board and had to change their programs. And that has created those delays, and they have created situations where maybe the businesses didn't get the help they needed. But with some revamping, it's happened. It would be nice if we could come out of the gate in the right place right at the beginning. I think that I'd also like to say that you will all have the support of all our BIAs. Looking forward to advocating on the social issues in our area, looking at the housing, looking at the wraparound services, looking at how, the safe drug supply, looking at all these huge issues that we face. The BIAs will be working with the city on those and advocating along with the city. And there's some things that we also need to work on. So one of them would be the streamlining of permits and speeding them up. That's really important for our businesses. I've had a number of my developers go through 18-month application processes to get permission to put in an application. I think we really need to look at the process at City Hall and how we work on that over the next little while. Stephen brought up the TEP program. That has been an excellent example of what we can achieve. It really, as he said, it needs to be a permanent year-round program in the city of Vancouver. People loved eating on those patios. They loved the life that it brought to the city. I think it's a great addition to the city, and I think we can overcome the challenges of winterizing them for Vancouver rain and winter. So I think that's a really important part of our Vancouver life. The other thing that, of course, I've worked on for years and will continue to work on is the property taxation changes, and we're in partnership with the Finance Department trying to advocate to the province to get those changes in place. And the other thing I'd like to note is clean and safe, really important. We appreciate the micro-cleaning, but what I would like to do is reiterate my request for a temporary moratorium on the enforcement of graffiti. We are overwhelmed right now by the amount of graffiti in this city, and the enforcement I had. For example, one of my businesses were enforced upon. They were given a letter. They were told to clean off their graffiti. In the amount of time they were given to clean off the one graffiti, we cleaned it off 3 times. And by the time the letter expired and they were told they had to have their graffiti cleaned off, that was the 4th set of graffiti that was on there, not the first set originally enforced on, the 4th time it had been tagged. And we'd already cleaned it 3 times prior to that. It's so hard, and I really would like to see some way of us working together over the next 3 or 4 months to figure out how we get on top of this and help our community so that they're not being victimized twice, once by the taggers and then by the city. The other thing I'd like to note is I'm very happy to see the mural program up and running again, because that is really important to our area. It really does bring, I'm almost at the end, it sounds like.
Yes.
So, so just working together, bringing the vibrant and inclusive and welcoming everybody into our city, and anything we can do to support in that partnership is really important to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a little loud. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm glad I heard it.
Great. Thank you. You have no questions, but thank you very much. I really appreciate
You're
what
welcome.
you do. Great.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next we have Neil Wiles, Executive Director of Mount Pleasant BIA. Neil, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead
Excellent.
to address council. Up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Well, good evening, Chair Carr and Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. Of course, I agree with all of the things that my colleagues are saying. I too would like to echo my thanks about the temporary patio program. I know that in Mount Pleasant, I think we were probably able to utilize it more than any other area of the city. We probably had close to 50. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful to the help that council and staff were able to give me as I was bumping up against different policies in transit. So again, you have my thanks and my gratitude for that. One thing, just as a quick aside, if I'm not mistaken, council has approved a policy to allow people to have power cords across their sidewalks. I know that construction crews have them. I know that filming has them, but restaurants cannot. So just as a note, I think that at some point that policy should probably align with the policies that are allowed throughout the city. So my one issue, and forgive me if it sounds like I'm reading a prepared statement, because I am doing exactly that. My BIA is looking for the weight of this council to help us get public washrooms at the Broadway line station. The signage for the Broadway line looks like a logo soup of every level of government in our country, and yet no one can commit to solving this issue. A local historian, Christine Hegemoen, recently wrote an article for Scout magazine on this very topic, and the main thrust of the article was that Vancouver, as a city, has struggled with this issue for over a century. And the main stumbling block on this has historically been exactly the reason and the excuse that I'm hearing now. It's not the capital expenditure, but the ongoing maintenance. This has been going on for a century, and yet no one has been able to solve the problem of washroom maintenance. There's a constant push for complete streets, complete neighborhoods, people moving from cars to bikes and walking, neighborhood plans, citywide plans, Broadway plans, and so forth. Partners are able to be found for other projects like Moby Bikes and Shaw, or CBS Deco for public furniture and bus shelters, Mission Possible and Coast Foundation for microcleaning, and yet after a century, washroom maintenance still eludes us. I recognize this is not a cool issue. It's not going to cause any great headlines or kudos, but it still needs to be part of government quietly getting the job done. This pandemic has highlighted that private businesses have been providing public washrooms to our population since the dawn of time. And since, with the closure of all the public spaces at some point during this past year, people were literally defecating in the streets. This has become such an issue that someone's created a social enterprise company to pick up human waste from our streets. While these folks are to be congratulated for their ingenuity, we should really be focusing on the cause of the issue, that they felt they needed to create a company to pick up human waste in the first place. There is no dignity in letting our citizens relieve themselves in our street because there is no alternative. I recognize that the city and this council does support this, and I just need to have the weight of this council continually pushing against the province or TransLink or the federal government or Project Co or whoever it is in that logo soup that I'm dealing with. But right now, the response I'm getting is that the washroom policy for the Broadway Line station aligns with TransLink's current policy, which is no washrooms. So that is all that I have to say on that particular issue. Again, this council has my gratitude and thanks for all that they've done over this past year, especially those of you who wrote letters of support for me for my federal grant application that we put in yesterday. I'm shooting for the moon and going for the maximum, so hopefully I will be successful. And with that, with the interest of time, I know it's been a long day for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? But thank you very much, Neil. Council, Speaker 4 has withdrawn, so we're on to Speaker 5, Terry Clark.
Good morning and then afternoon. Now it's good evening.
Yes,
I'm here on the. I know, what a good one. I am here on behalf of Kerrisdale Business Association, of course, and we call it the KBA for short. Just to recap, Kerrisdale Village was once the official seat of government for the West Point Grey municipality before the 1929 amalgamation. Since then, it's been a vibrant economic hub of shopkeepers and services starting in 1905. In 1990, it was one of the first official business improvement areas in the city of Vancouver. As you might have noticed in the lengthy data-filled report before you, the KBA presented a no-increase budget over the next 5 years of its mandate. This following a previous 5-year budget where minimal increases were approved in only 2 of those years. These conservative budgets were formerly in response to the heavy burden of property taxes, but laterally in response to the worst economic crisis in nearly a century with the pandemic. Our budget is heavy on safety, security, and placemaking. We have weathered the storm that this year of magical thinking delivered, but not without an increased dialogue with city staffers and numerous meetings with council and the mayor. On many fronts, together, we allowed greater access for programs like temporary patios. That was such a relief. Even if on a small scale, it propped up struggling cafes and restaurants. Allowing your partners, us, to push existing rule and regulation boundaries has made all the difference in keeping the heartbeat of these neighborhoods off the gurney. Please continue wartime-like consultation. It feels so good from our end. We'd like to help more as far as Kerrisdale is concerned. The ultra-popular Arbutus Greenway needs at least one pit stop as it runs through our hood. Let's make it the eco-smartest, self-cleaning, secure toilet that ever came down the pike. Now is the time to be bold as the economy rebounds with new technology. As the city is strapped for funds at this point and has no current plans to undertake the landscaping on the Greenway between 37th and 49th Avenues, let us help transform this green sward with the financial assistance of local groups who are clamoring with the KBA for a communal project once we're given a plan. The city and the BIAs are in a symbiotic relationship. The BIAs are a republic of sorts that come together as one under the city banner to offer mutually beneficial solutions to urban ideas and issues. I thank you all for your time and support for our new 5-year plan. I thank you for your public service in these perilous times. And please make temporary patios even better. Consider cool new pit stops. And where needed, let us lend a hand in beautifying the Arbutus Greenway. Thank you again. That was very nice of you to hear us.
Oh, well, it's very nice to hear you. Don't have any questions, but again, I very much appreciate you, and I know we all do, coming to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on to our 6th speaker, Adam Hayashi.
Hi, Chair Carr, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Yep, up to 5
Wonderful.
minutes to address council.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair Carr. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak today. And I would echo a lot of the same comments of my counterparts at the other BIAs. We've been really encouraged through COVID to be much more engaged with councillors, with the mayor, and with city staff on our shared priorities. This point in time, BIA renewal, we view this as an excellent time to look at not only how we go about renewing our designation bylaw, but our entire approach to supporting safe and inclusive neighborhoods. Hastings Crossing is one of the smaller BIAs in terms of budget resources, and we would not be able to function without effective cooperation with our partners. It's the most efficient way for us to serve our members, and we rely on the expertise and the resources of groups such as United We Can, Mission Possible, that support us in trying to create a clean and a safe, welcoming downtown East Side. We've been very appreciative of additional city funding that's gone toward both of the groups I mentioned to support cleaning around the downtown East Side, around the downtown East Side street market in particular. The area was hit hard by COVID, and it's been encouraging to see the city respond. I think there's more that we can do, and I would echo Neil's comments about public toilets. We closed off a lot of the spaces that were available to many of the residents on the downtown East Side as COVID hit, and the results on the street were fairly obvious. So we really would look toward creating an even a cleaner, a more appealing face to visitors as the economy reopens. And then the last piece I'll mention before concluding these hopefully brief comments is that graffiti removal has become a major issue for our members as well. It's difficult with our limited budget to provide these types of services free of charge for members, and our members do express frustration when they're constantly dealing with graffiti, and they're also dealing with bylaw officers enforcing graffiti infractions. So I would echo the calls for a light touch on enforcement on that side of things. Thank you very much.
And thank you. You don't have any questions, but again, thank you ever so much for your comments. Finally, we have Michelle Baril, Executive Director, West Broadway BIA.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I think you've heard from a lot of great comments from my colleagues about renewal in the area. So I want to be very brief and just also thank the city for their partnership. The West Broadway BIA, similar to Adam's area, we have a very limited budget, and we will not be increasing our budget in the first year of our 5-year renewal term. We wouldn't be able to provide the programs and services that we do without partnership. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, including Kit's House, the Community Center, Westside Family Place, and all of the staff and at the city, of course, that have enabled things like the mural program and the temporary patio program, a lot of street enhancement initiatives that wouldn't be possible without that partnership. So again, I just echo my colleagues' comments about the key priorities for our area that I think are common to other areas. Just trying to have more small business affordability. Commercial property taxes and assessments are a challenge for the area. Trying to expedite permits and licenses for small businesses, and of course the patio program and public life recovery, which has been mentioned. Those are really key priorities. And I just want to end by thanking Council very much. During COVID, it has been a challenging time. Being able to speak with you and have your support has been really invaluable, and I know that my colleagues and the small businesses we represent greatly appreciate it. So thank you so much for all the work that you do.
And thank you. No questions for you, but thank you for all the work that you do and all of the BAAs do for our city, and thank you. So, Council, that is the end of our speakers list. And at this point, if we could have a motion.
Carr, happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Kirby.
Okay, I'm going to move us to the main queue then. Councillor Weeb, are you on? Did you put yourself on that queue? Councillor, no, he's disappeared from that queue. So, Council, you can speak to the motion, or if there's no one that wants to speak to it, I'm quite happy to have us proceed to a vote. It looks like that's where we're headed. So we have the motion moved. Clerk, if you could move us to a vote on this.
Chair Carr, we should sever the vote for Councillor Weeb.
All right. Weeb.
So we can proceed with maybe voting on D first, if you like.
Okay. So Council, we're going to be voting on recommendation D first, which is the one that's severed, the Mount Pleasant one. So again, you're voting on D.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in conflict?
Yes.
And my panel has frozen. Point of privilege. Chair Carr, Councillor Dijanova, may I have a vote assist in favor?
Okay, thank you. That's all done, and it's Councillor Weeb is in declared conflict, but otherwise it is a unanimous decision. Thank you, Council, and thanks very much to the speakers for your patience in following through to this evening with us, and all the great work you do at the community level as hearts of the community, really.
Chair Carr?
So we are, yes.
We do have to have one more vote on the other recommendations.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. All we did was vote on one, and I think all the rest would like to see them voted on. So we are now voting on A, B, C, and then E, F, and G. Council all together. So everything but D. Councillor Dijanova, did you need a vote assist?
So, Chair Carr, if I could also, I'm bringing my panel back up, but a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Great. Councillors Swanson and Weeb, you have not yet voted. Great, and that is a unanimous decision. Thank you, Council. And yes, now we have concluded our item 4 and on to the referred council member motions. So I have an introduction prior to proceeding with this part of our agenda. We have 4 member motions that have been referred from yesterday's council meeting to today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting in order to hear from speakers. Before we begin, I just want to remind speakers that you have up to 5 minutes to make your comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the motion and may only speak once. Council members, you have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers, noting, of course, that speakers are under no obligation to respond. Pursuant to the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, further extended on February 5th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching speakers through when their turn comes up. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item as a pilot for the next few months, we will go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier, giving them an opportunity to speak. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on our speakers list. After hearing from speakers, we will then go into discussion on the motion. I would like to remind committee members that your amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member or you introduce them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendment before it's your turn to speak. Council, we have speakers who will be providing comments to Council by phone, and staff will assist when their turn comes up. And our first referred motion is implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the City of Vancouver, which was members' motion B.2 on yesterday's agenda, moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. We will now hear from speakers on this motion, and our first speaker on the public body representatives list is Kilsalem, spokesperson for the Squamish Nation. Kilsalem, are you on the line?
I believe so. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So you have up to 5 minutes to address council, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Carl Salem, councillor and spokesperson for the Squamish Nation Council. I'm also a resident of Vancouver and speaking in favor of the motion. Just want to begin by sharing a few words in my language to say Tanoyap Siam, HCI, HCL, Wachit, Chitwa Hue, Ati Tameo, Nata Hankupa, Nata Ans Carl Salem, Chin Tsap, Nata Schotmish Os Ochomel, Chin Tsap Nawas to Homat Poyam Os Stalmo, Eta Solewat Os Stalmo, not Tsap, Emin Slate Chitquis, Chin Chins Tsap, Emin. I just wanted to respectfully acknowledge the respectful leaders in my language, friends, elders who might be listening or paying attention to, not here in person, but virtually or on the phone watching the proceedings. I come to you speaking on behalf of the Squamish Nation and on behalf of my council, which unanimously voted a number of weeks ago to endorse this motion and the terms of reference contained therein, as well. And I'm not sure if any of the representatives from my sister or sibling nations were able to sign up to speak. I know the agenda has moved around today, but can also share that there has been support issued from the Tsleil-Waututh people as well as the Musqueam Indian band as well. And really what I want to share with council is I think that this is an exciting opportunity for us to continue the work that the City of Vancouver has been doing with the local First Nations. And in many ways, Vancouver has been a leader and a trailblazer in advancing reconciliation, advancing respectful relationships with the local First Nations, and has achieved so much as a result that I think has benefited both our community in the Squamish Nation, but also the broader public as well. And when we look at the work that's happened around reconciliation, like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, which calls on all three levels of government to implement UNDRIP and to use UNDRIP as a framework for reconciliation. We have seen action here in BC with the unanimous support for the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We are seeing the movement of Bill C-15 through the federal process, which is a similar bill on implementing UNDRIP. And here we are today, I think, with an opportunity to continue that work here in Vancouver, in the city, and with the local nations. As a representative for at least the Squamish Nation, I can say that we are very excited at the opportunity to work collaboratively in the principle of mutual respect that we've been able to build over the number of years working together on so many different issues, and over the last few years through our council meetings, but also at a staff level on so many issues. And I can honestly say, as a representative of my government, that and our dealings with other levels of government, the approach that's taken by the City of Vancouver is markedly different. It is a very collaborative approach. It is a very open-minded approach. It's a very respectful approach that has been very focused on trying to achieve results. And I can't honestly say that sometimes about our dealings with the provincial or federal government. But that being said, we've seen significant advancements of Indigenous rights. And I think it's really important for all, including the public, to understand that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was created as an addendum to existing human rights work, and that the UN Declaration is a human rights document, and that because of the particular experiences of Indigenous peoples around the world, the experiences of genocide, the experiences of discrimination, the experiences of what has happened that many people know of here in Canada, required a unique set of principles to ensure that the vitality and the life of Indigenous peoples could come back, but also that those atrocities that have taken place could never happen again. I myself am a descendant of residential school survivors. My mother, my grandmother, two of my grandmothers, my great-grandparents all went to residential school. And many of them contributed to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. And so I think about the work that our elders and our leaders had done before us to get us to this point, to advance, I think, a meaningful set of principles that can be an opportunity for the city to continue its reconciliation work. And I think the city is very much ready for that. the work that it's done on reconciliation leads us, I think, to today and to this opportunity to continue the work. On the proposed motion and the terms of reference that have been contained, our staff and our leadership reviewed what has been submitted. We are in support of the proposed structure and the proposed path forward to at least begin the conversation. That this isn't necessarily today going to mean that UNDRIP is implemented in the City of Vancouver, but it sets a structure for us to begin that conversation. And this is similar to what happened at the provincial level and as well as what's been happening at the federal level as well. So I'm very excited. I'm very elated. And I know in speaking with my colleagues from the leadership from Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh, who are also very excited at both the opportunity for the historic opportunity, the unprecedented opportunity of the three nations coming together and working with the local government, which is not something that can be said in many parts of BC or in Canada, given the work that other leadership and other communities still have to do. It feels exciting that we could possibly be at this juncture here today in Vancouver to make these steps forward. So I'm very thankful and grateful for the opportunity to speak to council and just communicate on behalf of my council and my leadership that we were very excited at this opportunity to move this work forward.
Great, thank you very much. And if you would stay on the line, you do have questions. Actually, Councillor, I thought I saw Councillor Boyle on the line. Okay, that's fine. She's on the queue. She's gone on again. Councillor Wiebe, you're first, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Salem, for coming to speak today. And I feel your excitement. It's great to feel that energy and just the understanding of this historic moment of having the three nations as well as the city have an opportunity here to work. My first comment is looking at the budget and staff support in the appendix. It talks about ensuring the appropriate staff resources, including technical team that could be staff from Musqueam, Squamish, or Tsleil-Waututh. I'm just wondering, have you had dialogues with your staff that they would have the capacity to ensure the implementation and kind of build on the excitement that you talked about earlier?
Yes. So the endorsement of the motion went through. We have a Rights and Title Committee and a Rights and Title Department, and it was vetted by our staff as well before proceeding to council. And so, based off of our council's mandate to support the motion, our staff would be prepared to support the implementation of the motion as well.
And recognizing that you're not speaking for other nations, do you think that they have similar staff excited to work on such an amazing collaborative and historical committee?
My understanding is in my correspondence with Chief Leo George Wilson from Tsleil-Waututh, as well as Councillor Howard Grant from the Musqueam Indian Band, that Tsleil-Waututh has formally endorsed the proposed motion in terms of reference, and that Chief Lean Sparrow and the leadership at Musqueam has also endorsed it. So my understanding and my correspondence with them is that they've reviewed it and support it and are prepared to support the resources needed for it.
Okay, I got two other quick questions. The first one, it talks about realigning some of the funding from reconciliation to UNDRIP, but I think that this council has talked about how important it is for both of these to work and be moving forward. I'm just wondering, I guess from your standpoint, this is something we should be doing in parallel to the work we're doing on decolonization and reconciliation. This is another step forward, and it's a historical one that could kind of change the way these relationships happen across Canada. Do you see that?
Yes, I would say that the city is involved in a number of initiatives, and of course our nation has been either invited to participate or aware of many of those initiatives. And I think what this opportunity to bring the leadership from the four governments together is to look at all of the work that's been mandated by the Vancouver City Council and to identify potential opportunities for either prioritization or alignment so that they can kind of have a connected sort of approach. And I think that, for example, there's a lot of work that's been happening on reconciliation. I know that there's been requests by the City Council for a colonial audit. There's work happening to understand the calls for justice from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry. So there's a number of initiatives and a number of those tie into UNDRIP work as well. So there is I would say, a connected aspect to this and an opportunity for leadership to really have that conversation around how to action and support all of those initiatives.
Great, and that's your time, Councillor Weave. So thank you, but you do have more questions, Kelsey Ellen. So Councillor Kirby Young, you're next.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for being here to speak. I want to pick up on Councillor Weave's kind of questions and some of the feedback that we got from staff. And on that first point, they sort of suggested exactly some of the points, the projects that you've touched on, like the colonial audit, previous decolonizing poverty motion, things like the MMIWG review, and suggested that it would either have to be prioritized over that work or it could delay that work just due to available resources. So I'm wondering if you have a comment specifically about that in terms of prioritization.
Yeah, I would say that when we go back, I guess from my perspective, when we go back a number of years to how this relationship with the city has evolved, one of the challenges has been both on the side of the host nations to develop our own process to be able to communicate collectively what we see as priorities, but also to work collaboratively, I think, with the political leadership from the City Council to align what those priorities are. And up until now, we haven't really formalized any sort of table or a structure to be able to entertain those kinds of conversations. So this is actually, I think that's what's unique about it, and an opportunity is we're now creating a table or it could potentially create a table where there's leadership from the three nations and the city to then have that conversation around priorities and understanding of opportunities in that work.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I just want to jump in because I've got limited time and I want to get one more question in for you. And staff had also referenced the provincial work that was underway with DRIPA and suggested that that might help inform this work, and it would be helpful to have that complete first and sort of sequence this work, if you will, because the provincial work is expected to yield some sort of guidelines or framework or recommendations for municipalities. What do you think about that?
My understanding, both from a tweet that was issued by the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation in support of the work that's being proposed tonight, as well as my conversations with some of the civil servants who are involved in the DRIPA action plan, is that they are in support of this motion moving forward, and that any work that comes out of the task force could be potential either proposals that the city and the host nations could jointly submit to the province. So there isn't, I think, from the province's standpoint, at least in my understanding, any necessary need to delay, but that it could be complementary. The DRIPA action plan is going to obviously focus on a large host of issues around the province. And I don't know if municipal issues or even the City of Vancouver issues are going to be a key component of that. So I think this sets us up for potentially bringing proposals to the province as a result of the work.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, and you have more questions. Councillor Boyle, you are up next, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on that question around timing. I'm wondering if you could speak to why you think this is a good time to be doing this work, and also if you have any thoughts on why we should or shouldn't start it now rather than delaying it.
Sure. I would say that this work of reconciliation is always, I think of Senator Murray Sinclair, who talks about how the actions that individuals can take on reconciliation is to pick one of the TRC calls to action and really focus on driving that forward. So I think that there's always a need to be moving this conversation forward and this work forward. In terms of timeline and need, I would say that I think, as we all know, we have a fixed time in terms of the potential that we're here to do this great work on behalf of our people and our residents and our voters that we represent. The three nations have our own election cycles. The City Council has its own election cycle. And we really feel it's important to continue to do good work while we have this opportunity to do it. And then I think also in consideration of the timelines around how the city operates in terms of its budget, I think there's also an opportunity for us to start this work now so that we can begin that high-level scoping, high-level recommendations that could be considered come this fall, so that if there are additional budget requirements needed for the next fiscal year, there would be an opportunity to do that. I think if there was a delay, it would then create challenges in terms of looking at some of those financial considerations, and I think that's probably similar for the nations as well.
Okay, great. And then my other question is, I have heard you, I don't remember if this was on CKNW or where, heard you speak to the significance of all three host nations being aligned on this work. I wonder if there's anything you would say on that, on the significance of that.
Yeah, I guess what I would point to is the City of Vancouver, I think as the City Council knows, has its own bilateral relationships with each of the nations, whether that be through protocol agreements and MOUs that were signed many, many years ago. But what hasn't really happened yet is this concept of bringing all of the representatives together at one table. Most of the conversations, as we know, happen between the city and Musqueam, or the city and Squamish, and the city and Tsleil-Waututh. So this is a unique opportunity, or a unique structure where we're actually all coming together, so to not physically in the same room probably for a while, but coming together at the same table to begin conversations around these important issues. So that is really unique, and I think a historic part of this work.
Okay, great. That's all my time. Thanks for waiting much of the day for your to speak to us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Boyle, and thanks, Kilsalem. Well, those are your questions. But again, thank you for your patience through our process, and for coming to talk to us. Very, very much appreciated.
Thank you all.
Great. Thank you. Good night. Second speaker is Regional Chief Terry Teegee, Regional Chief of the BC Assembly of First Nations. Terry Teegee, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Just before we begin, we do ask of all our speakers whether you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
Okay.
Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I do have my head office in Vancouver.
Great. So thank you very much. And you have, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to address Council. Thank you.
Asai. Taneza, Sekuza, Skyza. Mayor, Councillor, I just want to first acknowledge the territory that I'm calling from, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Clegg Tene, the Dakas people, just in the Prince George area. Also want to recognize where you're at right now, the territory of the three host nations, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And I speak on behalf of supporting this motion, and I think it's a great opportunity in the era of reconciliation, where we're seeing many levels of government adopt the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that the municipality government should do the same. And as we see that it is law here in British Columbia, Bill C-41, the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous Peoples Act, and also the proposed declaration becoming federal law, as in C-15, that has gone through 2 readings, it only makes sense to have the other levels of government, including municipal governments, to adopt the declaration as a part of their policy and law, and the way you conduct yourselves in your city. Far too often, our Indigenous peoples haven't been afforded what is recognized as our human rights to govern ourselves. And this declaration, as an act here in British Columbia, and as an act potentially here federally, will demonstrate really the justice that we've been seeking for many years and for many decades since colonization began. So as we move forward in the era of reconciliation, it's only makes sense that the city of Vancouver, one of the biggest cities in Western Canada, one of the cities that is quite progressive, and quite, I suppose, multicultural. I believe it's a really fine opportunity and a way to lead this nation in terms of cities in adopting the declaration as part of your policy and law. So I think I can't say more about the leadership in Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, Casalium and Council from Squamish, Chief Leah George Wilson from Tsleil-Waututh and Council, and Chief Wayne Sparrow from the Musqueam and the Council. I certainly acknowledge the leadership to bring this forward, and also recognize that this is certainly an opportunity for Vancouver to lead the way, as this is one of the cities that is very progressive, leading to not only reconciliation, but also really putting the rubber to the road, committing to the Indigenous peoples, recognizing Indigenous peoples, and leading the way in other matters too, becoming a green city. And I thank you for the time today. So I really support and hope that the council adopts this motion and pass it through. And with that, I end my presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And if you wouldn't mind staying on the line, you do have some questions. So Councillor Boyle, you are up for questions, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Regional Chief TG, for also speaking to us and wading through the day. I'm curious, I'm sure you have a sense of the work that other local governments and nations are doing together and the sort of range of starting places of that work. So I'd be interested to hear if you have thoughts on what model this might set for other regions trying to figure out rights and reconciliation work, or what this will mean for moving that work forward in other places.
I certainly know that there are other municipalities, other towns that are really looking at finding better ways to work with First Nations, especially neighboring First Nations, where there are differences of opinions and perhaps how decisions are made. So I think right now, I know there are protocols, there are memorandums of understanding. Those are good in the meantime, that have worked out, especially how decisions are made. And I certainly know the City of Vancouver has done that with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. So I think moving ahead, it is what we talk about. Much of what is in the declaration is to recognize the sovereignty and self-determination of First Nations governance. So really, I think it's something that needs to be worked out between the City of Vancouver and the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. But I believe there certainly is a road ahead and ability to talk about how decisions are made within the territory of the three host nations.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this and all of your leadership. Really appreciate it.
Great. And that is, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And thank you, Regional Chief TJ. I appreciate very much your coming. Those are your questions, but appreciate your encouraging words to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, Speaker 3 has withdrawn. So we're on to Speaker 4, Alexander Dirksen, who is the Vice Chair of the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. Alexander Dirksen, are you on the line?
I am.
Great. We can hear you clearly, so you can speak to Council for up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mayor, Council, and distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening on this historic motion. I wish to begin by acknowledging the unceded territories upon which I call from, those of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I've had the privilege of serving as the co-chair of the City of Vancouver's Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee for the past term. Amongst the community leaders whose advocacy and actions have culminated in our conversation here today are members of this committee, who first called for a meaningful municipal response to UNDRIP in 2013. At this time, driven by the leadership and vision of UIPAC, the city had embarked upon a year of reconciliation, which would lead to Vancouver being the first to commit to becoming a city of reconciliation in 2014. Since this time, efforts to deepen the city's commitments, to shift from symbolic efforts to systemic change, have slowed considerably, resulting in UIPAC issuing a letter to Mayor, Council, and City staff last summer calling for immediate action to address rising anti-Indigenous racism within the community and the continued harms of colonial structures and approaches within City Hall. At the time of the release of our letter, the city had recently issued a statement for Indigenous Peoples Day in which 4 of the 6 noted acts of reconciliation undertaken by the city had been launched or completed by 2014. Over the past year, I've heard a multitude of justifications for this inaction from within the walls of City Hall. That the work of reconciliation is not the work of municipalities, when reconciliation begins at our kitchen tables, with our neighbors, and across our communities. Or that we are constrained by bureaucracy, as if we are forever bound to current structures like waves to the shore. And that we are in a period of listening and learning, which far too often is used as a justification to delay, deny, or defer. All of this while calls from community grow ever louder, looking to elected officials and municipal government to rise to meet this moment and to demonstrate true leadership and solidarity in the face of continued inequities, injustices, and colonial violence. As we gather here this evening, I want to hear commitments to action, to rise to meet this moment, and to shift from calls for a better tomorrow to actions to craft a better today. In UNDRIP, we have a globally recognized framework through which to embark upon the next steps of this ongoing journey towards truly becoming a city of reconciliation. It is work that builds upon and complements existing and ongoing efforts within the city, strengthening what is working while building a foundation for broader and deeper change. And it is work that recognizes, respects, and honors the stewardship and leadership of the local nations since time immemorial, upon whose unceded territories we gather today. When one steps forth into uncharted spaces, next steps can feel uncertain or unclear. That Vancouver would be the first municipality to begin to formally implement UNDRIP necessitates that there will be no clear guide or past examples that we may turn to. In the face of this, one may be tempted to step back, to stand still and seek comfort in familiar surroundings. This could take many forms: to find flaws in the honest efforts undertaken to date to initiate this work, or to withhold a decision until all the details are known. But this day will never come, and courageous leadership requires that we act with integrity and upon our values to make decisions that are in the best interest of those we serve, knowing that the work does not begin and end in the simple decision to act. If there was ever a time when courageous leadership was needed, it is now. After all that this past year has been and continues to be, it is so clear that we cannot continue to perpetuate the status quo or be complicit in its endorsement through inaction. Let us rise to meet this moment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And you do have questions, if you wouldn't mind staying on the line to answer.
Of course.
Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for signing up to speak. I'm curious to hear any thoughts you have. The motion outlines working collaboratively with the host nations and in having that task force engage and include urban Indigenous voices, and specifically including the voices of youth and elders and women. I'm just wondering if there's anything on that front that you would say in terms of including those voices, any role UIPAC would want to have, anything else on that particular piece.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Yeah, I think, this is another example of the ways in which I think this motion and the work around UNDRIP can really help to build and strengthen some of these frameworks and some of these processes that we need to move forward together. And I think within that, I think the question of how to meaningfully engage with the urban Indigenous community, which is very diverse, is definitely top of mind. I think when it comes to UIPAC, that is one of the ways in which, and one of the bodies through which the city can begin to meaningfully engage with the urban Indigenous community. As a committee that is working closely with the city, that has diverse representation from across the city, and in sharing that, I also recognize that that is not the only space through which these conversations can take place, and that this process will necessitate engaging with other bodies, other communities, and other groups around us as well. But what my hope is that through this process, we'll begin to gain a clear understanding of how we can have meaningful representation and voice from the urban Indigenous community at these tables.
Great, really appreciate that and all the time that you put into the UIPAC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, and thank you. And those are your questions. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And thank you, Vice Chair Dirksen. And my thanks to you for coming and the work of you and your committee members on behalf of really everyone in the city.
Thank you so much.
Great. We're moving on to Speaker 5, John Irwin, Commissioner of the Vancouver Park Board. John Irwin, are you on the line?
Yes, good evening, Chair Carr. It was perfect timing. We just had a vote at the Park Board. And I just, I don't have a ton of time and I can't entertain questions, but I felt it was so important to add my voice to full support to this motion to basically, adopt the UNDRIP and move forward with it. I spent some time yesterday doing something that I haven't done since I was an undergrad, and I read through the the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and I just wanted to note that it does say it's the minimum, right? It's not the maximum, and so I do really encourage council, trying to implement it and adopting it. So I'm really speaking strongly in favor of the recommendation of the resolution. And I also wanted to note that, we did have a history in Vancouver, tragically, of what, scholar Stanger Ross, a historian, has written about as municipal colonialism, where, basically the Squamish people and also the Musqueam were, there was the Squamish were removed from their treaty land, their reserve land in what's now Vanier Park, and moved to Capilano from there. And the same was tried with the Musqueam, but the Musqueam were able to fight it off. And then, interestingly, we find ourselves in a position where we have park facilities and cultural facilities on that territory, and the soon-to-be constructed Sanok by the Squamish, which I fully support. So I just wanted to add my voice and say, I'm speaking as an individual, not as representing the Park Board, but the Park Board is very much engaged in our intergovernmental committee with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. We're also very keen to implement and to act on reconciliation to make it more than land acknowledgement and more than words. So I strongly agree with implementing the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you for your time, and I should get back to my meeting. But thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And Council Speaker 6 has withdrawn, so we're on to now the regular list. So those would be public body representatives. So we're on to Speaker 1, Abby Joffreys of the regular list.
Chair Carr, that speaker is not on the line.
Okay. Is Speaker 2 is Beth Keane.
Also
Beth
not
Keane.
on the line.
Okay. Speaker 3 is Matthew Norris.
Hello, Concy?
Yes. Yes. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead, and you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Tanse, Matthew Norris Nita, Nitsigashwan, Lakaran, Jotinita. Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Norris, and I am Nehetal Woodlands Cree and a member of the Lac La Ronge First Nation, signatory to Treaty 6 in northern Saskatchewan. I am a resident of Vancouver's Grandview Woodland neighborhood. Today, I speak to you as president of the Urban Native Youth Association, located on East Hastings and Commercial Drive. Anya has permitted me to speak to you today in support of this motion. I would first like to recognize the unceded ancestral and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, on which I live and work, and on which Anya is located. The Urban Native Youth Association is one of the largest urban Indigenous nonprofits in the province. Anya's focus since its inception in 1988 has been to provide meaningful opportunities for Indigenous youth, be they Aboriginal, Métis, Inuit, First Nations, status, and non-status, in the urban setting. Our goal is to be a safe place for Indigenous youth to come and find out about programs and services at Anya and in the broader community. Anya strives to support Indigenous youth by providing a diverse continuum of advocacy, preventative and supportive services that respond to their immediate and long-term needs. Today, Anya delivers 20-plus programs with 175-plus volunteers, 100 staff, and more than 300 community partners. We hold our hands up to the significant amount of work and advocacy which has preceded this day, and we look forward to the work that is still to come. I personally have extensive experience working on and advocating for the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights, with a master's degree in political science focusing on deliberative democratic theory and racial justice, and currently midway through a PhD focused on the implementation of the UN Declaration in particular. 2018-2019, I had the privilege of attending the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues as an Indigenous Peoples representative. I sit on the board of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives BC office, and prior to pursuing a PhD as a policy analyst for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs for over 4 years. It is with this experience that I can wholeheartedly celebrate this motion as a critical and significant step forward in reconciling the city's colonial legacy. Indigenous peoples continue to fall through the gaps in our society. Indigenous peoples are disproportionately impacted by the city's housing crisis, by the opioid crisis, by poorly designed policing and healthcare systems. Our communities hold the knowledge and the expertise to overcome these issues. We just need to be empowered and resourced to make this change. Indigenous empowerment, or the recognition and implementation of our rights to self-determination, self-government, and participation, as articulated by the UN Declaration, is how we do this work. Called for by the Truth and Reconciliation of Canada, the UN Declaration is the framework for reconciliation within all levels of government, be they federal, provincial, and municipal. This work needs to be led in full collaboration and partnership with Vancouver's host nation, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And though I agree with many that urban Indigenous peoples have a particular lived experience alongside a rights-based interest in the programming, services, and bylaws that fall within the City of Vancouver's mandate and jurisdiction, any work on implementing the UN Declaration needs to start with the host nations and full recognition of their title and rights. We support the approach outlined in the motion and the particular language in the terms of reference, which provide an initial goal of the task force to address urban Indigenous representation. The implementation of the UN Declaration, particularly in the context of municipalities, will need to tackle what implementation looks like for displaced urban Indigenous peoples. This needs to be a collaborative process with the host nations. This is a historic motion which gives pause for celebration. As a city, this motion creates a significant opportunity to build strong and lasting relationships, not only between Indigenous peoples and the city, but also between the urban Indigenous community and host nations. I have high hopes for this work. The recognition of Indigenous peoples' rights will result in a more just, fair city for all residents. The incorporation of Indigenous worldviews, values, and culture within our city has the potential to revitalize our city's approach to housing, healthcare, green space, public transportation, policing, climate change, and so much more. The longer we delay, though, the more lives that are lost to the opioid crisis, the more nights Indigenous people struggling with homelessness have to sleep outside, another generation of youth which grow up in the city which doesn't reflect them or prioritize their well-being. The recognition and implementation of the rights of Indigenous peoples is an urgent matter and should be treated as such. This motion presents an appropriate, accountable, and responsive approach to implementation. We are all here to stay, and we need to design governance systems that recognize and account for that. Thank you for your time and your energy.
And thank you for your time. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Norris. I know you're here wearing your hat as president of the Urban Native Youth Association, so no pressure on this question, but You also spoke to being a student at UBC, and Council received an email from UBC President Santa Ono this week in support of the motion too. I wonder if there's anything about the work UBC's been doing to explore and implement UNDRIP that you think might be useful for us to know about as we move forward in this work.
I can't speak specifically to the work that UBC is doing, but I can speak to the notion that UNDRIP needs to be implemented beyond just the traditional understandings of the Crown-Indigenous relationship, be it the province or the feds. The implementation of the UN, of the principles and articles within the UN Declaration are a kind of a guiding light for all actors within our society, be they municipal governments, be they universities, or be they corporations or civil society groups. These are the principles that should inform reconciliation and the relationships between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous people.
Okay, great. That's helpful, and again, really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Great, Pen, thank you very much. That's it for questions, but again, I very much appreciate your coming and speaking to us and for all that community work that you do. We are moving, yeah, thank you. We are moving on. Council Speaker 4 is withdrawn to Speaker 5, Avery Shannon.
Hello?
Yes, Avery Shannon, we can hear you. So if you want to address Council, you can start now for up to 5 minutes.
Cheers, thank you. So, hello, thank you for being here. Thank you for serving our city. And today, thank you for hearing from me and the public. My name is Avery Shannon. I'm 22 years old, and I've spent those years born and raised as a resident of Vancouver. I'm a multiply disabled queer and trans person of color and a settler on these lands. I am a grassroots organizer, and I'm an activist in different movements, from intersectional climate justice with Our Time and Protect the Inlet to disability justice. I want to first go back to the definition, the dictionary definition of unceded, a word that we often use as part of our script for land acknowledgements and in other places, right down to our email signatures. Unceded, from Collins English Dictionary. Adjective, not ceded or handed over, unyielded. We know that the land we are on, Vancouver proper, is the traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. We know that it is, as we say, this word, unceded. A concise definition that is applicable here is that is not often understood, is that these lands are straight up stolen. We have learned from the land back movement and others that the Indigenous peoples are fighting for reclamation and decolonization here in what is today called North America. And we would have to be horridly heedless to not at least begin to understand the injustices towards Indigenous people. Mr. Norris mentioned that regarding the homelessness and the difficulties and barriers that are put in place of youth. So I want to bring us back to another definition, the term intersectionality. From Merriam-Webster, the complex, cumulative way in which the effects of multiple forms of discrimination, such as racism, sexism, and classism, combine, overlap, or intersect, especially in the experiences of marginalized individuals or groups. And as this intersectionality is quite complex, I have another definition from the Oxford English Dictionary: the theory that various forms of discrimination centered on race, gender, class, disability, sexuality, and other forms of identity do not work independently, but interact to produce particularized forms of social oppression. I am of a generation that well perceives and witnesses the world and society changing. We see the public understand concepts like systemic sexism, systemic poverty and classism, systemic racism, and more. We see the public begin to understand the aspects of intersectionality. We see the potential for the public to begin to make reparations. We see a potential future. As outlined in this motion, Articles 18, 19, and 23 of the UN, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, are all eminently relevant to present and ultimate injustices that are still pervasive. And the pinnacle of these injustices are the colonization and desolation of these lands and its rightful possessors. On the 26th of February in 2013, Vancouver City Council passed a motion to endorse UNDRIP. 2013, that's now over 8 years ago. Systematic change is slow, but we need to take action at some point to at least begin changes, and we need to take action now, as soon as possible. Lives are at stake. Shea Akil wrote, "If you are not committed to returning the stolen lands of Indigenous peoples and confronting settler capitalism, don't say decolonize. Confronting Europe's seeking to be ontological is not easy or comfortable work, but if you understand and honor the freedom of your life and others, then you will honor the meaning of the word. Rejecting oppression means rejecting it for yourself and others. When we say we seek to change the world, that means we seek new language, one empowered by particular kinds of actions, to be something else. It means we want to change what is and what ought to be. That is why I am speaking to you today. As Mr. Irwin spoke to, this is the bare acceptable minimum. I am asking you, you who have the power and potential and influence to change what is and ought to be. Thank you kindly."
Great, and thank you very much. There aren't any questions for you, but again, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us on this issue. Very important.
Thank
So
you.
great. So next, our speaker number 6, Harrison Johnston. My understanding he is not on the line. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair Carr.
Okay. So speaker number 7, Scott Clark.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
we can hear you. We can hear you clearly. So go
Excellent.
ahead. Yeah, you can speak to
Scott
Councillor
Clark.
5.
I'm Coast I come from Chianu. I'm also a descendant of a Douglas Treaty and live in what's now called Vancouver, working on behalf of urban Indigenous people for the past 30, going on to 35 years, advocating for the inherent right to self-government with urban Indigenous peoples. Well, this motion just came to our office a couple of days ago. We were not consulted or engaged on this motion, even though I work for an organization that has over 1,100 members and a social network of well over 3,000 people in and around Vancouver and other metro areas. The way the motion was crafted without engagement of Indigenous peoples and without addressing the legacy of colonialism from the federal and provincial government in this motion, and how that if this city does pass this motion, they run the very risk of setting back the large urban Indigenous peoples from diverse nations that now call this place home. No consultation from Indigenous peoples. The Mayor's Advisory Committee is appointed by the Mayor himself or a council. The band councils in question, they have every right to have their territories returned to them. That is not in debate, but what is potentially quite deadly for the urban Indigenous population is that we will continue to be overlooked through the using this motion from the provincial and the federal government. The provincial government passed Bill 41, which was their version of UNDRIP, which undermines that 78% of Indigenous people's rights living off reserve. The federal government is currently passing Bill 15, which is their version, CANDRIP, of UNDRIP, which again is going to undermine the rights of the 80% of Indigenous folks living off the reservations. We have submitted in our work to the City of Vancouver our policy documents regarding our inherent right to self-determination in the urban context over 6 months ago without a response from City Council, a response from the Mayor. the level of trust between Indigenous peoples, and I'm not talking service providers, advisory committees, or band council. I'm talking about the Indigenous peoples who we find in the streets, in the homeless camps, the opiate deaths, the increasingly infected by the pandemic, is that there are no details in this motion which suggest that this is actually going to support our rights under Article 3, which is our right to determine how we want to be represented in our aspirations to implement UNDRIP. No one has spoken about the fact that there has been no free, prior, informed consent by Indigenous peoples, and that this motion coming before Council during a pandemic without engaging Indigenous peoples certainly questions the intent behind this at this particular time. And it's an issue that we continue to work on and have worked on both at the local level, the provincial level, and the federal level through the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. And I submitted to Council our document, our policy document, as well as our political accord with the federal government to implement the inherent right to self-government in the urban context. And sadly, none of this is reflected in that motion, and I feel that this motion can and will be used by various stakeholders to undermine our rights as officer of Indigenous peoples. And at this time, through the organization that I represent, which is Aboriginal Life in Vancouver Enhancement, we cannot endorse in a document that's going to undermine our rights in the urban context to self-government. And we hope to be meeting with Mayor and Council. We hope to get a response from Mayor and Council on the policy documents that we've submitted to you folks. Thousands of hours, thousands of people, Indigenous peoples, wanting to develop new models which bring together federal, provincial, civic, First Nations, working collaboratively. And unfortunately, we are not on the radar of those decision makers for whatever reasons they may be, although many of us since the inception of this country in 1867 and British Columbia 1871, Vancouver 1886, the method, the MO of these governments have been to deny that large Indigenous population their rights. And unfortunately, there's very little trust at this point that this motion, if passed by this Council, will meet the needs of that large population where conditions are now getting much worse and with very little support from the stakeholders that I've been listening to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very much appreciate you coming and speaking so clearly on this issue. And there are questions if you would stay on the line. And go ahead with questions, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thanks for coming today. How do you want to best be engaged?
Well, what we've done is we recognize that under UNDRIP, our rights are we have mobility rights, we have the rights to self-determination, and we did submit to City Council our policy document on what that model would look like and how it would integrate and work collaboratively with the First Nations so that there would be a partnership between the First Nations and the diverse urban Indigenous peoples population, and start the mechanism of integrating those processes so that we start making decisions on how we want to see resources allocated that are going to meet the needs of our very diverse populations. And that's not happening right now, Mr. Wiebe, but it's something that is tangible and is doable. And unfortunately, we were not consulted in the makeup of this particular motion, and that motion can be very deadly to our population. But there's answers. We have answers. We've provided it to your staff, and we're still waiting a response.
And one final question. What is your partnership with the three host nations?
Well, when we finished our self-government policy report, we sent them to all 203 Indian Act First Nations in the province, as well as all MLAs and MPs, stating that just through economies of scale, this would be the most logical way to move forward, is integrating I hate these colonial concepts, but they are what they are, the off-reserve population in partnership with the 3 First Nations. We have had preliminary discussions with some of the Tsleil-Waututh prominent folks, and about getting a meeting with MSP to look at what a model would look like, collaborating between urban Indigenous peoples and the 3 First Nations. And that meeting, because of the pandemic, of course, has been postponed.
Okay, thanks for coming in today. Appreciate it.
Yes,
yep.
Thank you very much for coming in. Also very much appreciated by all of Council. And that's it for your questions. So we're moving on to Speaker 8, Ginger Gosnell-Myers. Yes, we can hear you. And just before you begin, if you wouldn't mind just confirming whether you were a resident of Vancouver or not.
I am not a resident of Vancouver. I have my office in downtown Vancouver, but I'm currently residing in the Squamish Nation community of Eslaon.
Thank you. And go ahead. We can hear you clearly for up to 5 minutes to Council.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. And thank you for providing me the time to talk about this motion. As some of you may know, I was the lead pen on the city's City of Reconciliation framework, and can talk about this motion before you from an implementation lens. When we developed the City of Reconciliation framework, it was meant to be a directional document that created the type of capacity and learning opportunities for the city, for city staff, for council, for the types of projects that the city was engaging in, because we recognized early on that without this internal capacity, it would be really difficult to engage in and create the types of reconciliation efforts needed in order to have an impactful difference. And when I say that, we also wrote into that original report to council that the framework had a shelf life of 4 years. We gave ourselves 4 years in order to do this internal work so that we would, at the 5th year mark, be ready to actually start undertaking a lot of this external work. And at this point, in not just the City Reconciliation work underway, but seeing the host nations come together, work as a family, work in collaboration, that is something extremely unique in all of Canada. It's rare to see these communities, these nations work so collaboratively together. And, I feel like the time for a focus on implementing UNDRIP is now. When we looked at the work of reconciliation throughout the city, implementing UNDRIP was always the natural next step. And you could see it reflected in the language that was used in the motion that recognized that Vancouver was on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We knew that without that crucial recognition that still has not been adopted by any other level of government in this country, that type of acknowledgement of these homelands was critical in order to do any meaningful work on UNDRIP. UNDRIP is about recognizing the rights holders of these lands and recognizing their culture and their identity, and ensuring that for residents, for visitors, that this is clear to all who live and visit Vancouver. And in the work that I'm doing today, residents are extremely excited and are hoping to have opportunities to learn about Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh cultures. And when we look at other cities around the world that are doing similar work, we always look to what's happening in New Zealand with the city of Auckland. And they're decades ahead of where Vancouver is today. But this focus on language, this focus on rights, this focus on land, this focus on shared decision-making is crucial in order to provide the types of cultural visibility that the city of Auckland expresses and enjoys today. And you could see and hear the sense of pride that residents there have for Maori culture. My final thought on this motion, which I am in support of, is that the city needs this leadership. It needs this direction on the type of work that it can do next. I think I'll end it there. Thank you. From an implementation stage, this is crucial.
Great. And if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. So Councillor Wiebe, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, recognizing in 2013 you helped bring forward the first UNDRIP recommendations to city, and 5 years later is the year you left. I'm just wondering, is this the excitement, I can hear it in your voice, of what you were hoping that would come forward to council? Is this the package that you were recognizing is what you had hoped for and all that work you did for the city to get us to this point?
Oh, such a good question. Yes, absolutely. What was missing was having the three nations come forward to say that they were ready, and that has happened. You can't rush that type of relationship. It happens in its own time, and it's a gift, and it means that with the shared decision making through the committee, you're going to have the types of directions for city building based in MST values and culture around environmental sustainability and design. The types of work that can come out of this are endless, and they are truly inspiring. And yes, I am really excited about this.
And then one follow-up question, and I love your excitement about this. The implementation, and we've had a few things brought forward to council that have been difficult to implement. Salem talked about that the staff would be able to resource this and be able to provide the capacity so that this could actually be implemented and some of the great ideas could move forward in the direction that we want. Do you see that in this motion, that there's an opportunity here to build capacity like we've never seen to be able to move what really needs to happen in this region?
Yes, yeah, and just to reiterate, having the three nations step forward and indicate that they are ready to do this work with the city in collaboration is crucial. And this is the missing key to the work of reconciliation and ultimately decolonization, is ensuring that the MST voice, those MST values, the priorities, the principles of how to do this work together are reflected. All of those are missing. And so essentially what you're going to see is the need to enhance the City of Reconciliation framework, which is one-sided. You know, it's focused on the needs of the city and the work that the city needs to do in order to meet the nation's halfway. And it's time to grow up and move on. And what that looks like is the type of input that the nations are ready to provide.
I appreciate that our council took so long today, so you had the chance to come speak. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And those are your questions, but just echoing the thanks of Councillor Wiebe. Thank you for all the groundwork you've laid at the city to enable really this to come to fruition. So, and your work continuing in the community. So thank you. And Council, we're moving on. Speaker 9 has withdrawn. Moving on to Speaker 10, Parker Johnson.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to Council.
Very good. Yeah. Good evening. I'm coming to you from East Vancouver and reside here on the unceded, stolen and occupied lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples near Trout Lake. I'm also a former employee at the city. I worked there from 2007 to 2017, and here to really support this motion. I think it's overdue and on time. Overdue in the sense that we are still, as has been noted by Ginger and others who've spoken, we're still operating in colonial times, and this is vital to the work and efforts in decolonization. And also, I'd like to just speak to the notion around moving forward to better as opposed to back to normal. And this motion will help that happen. As Ginger had said, in terms of language, rights, lands, and more importantly, not just consultation, but collaboration. I think one of the challenges that the city has is it's very self-focused, and the opportunity to work collaboratively as partners with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, to me as a resident and uninvited guest and a settler and also a descendant of people on the stolen people on stolen land, I just feel that all that is being presented here is vital. The other thing I would like to share with you, having worked in the Equal Employment Opportunity Office, is what the possible impact might be as well on retaining, recruiting, and promoting staff, Indigenous staff, within the context of the city. The city has had some challenges retaining staff during the time that I was there, and I think still. And I think this will go a long way to informing the ways in which the internal operations of the city, which Ginger really did try to help to shape. And also the office, when I was working there, we tried to work in collaboration with others as well to really improve the climate, not only in terms of the city's ability to work with MST, with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but also for the Indigenous staff, who I think also struggle within the colonial context of the city. And so transforming the culture within the city operations, I think will also happen as a result of this work. And some of what was spoken about previously earlier today, I know with Aftab Irfan speaking, as well as Paul Mokri, that some of the notions around equity, diversity, inclusion, and so on, all of these things will be enhanced and enriched by this motion, as will sustainability, which is something I know this is a cornerstone of the city as well. So I just wanted to share that and just say that I think it's a wonderful opportunity to move forward and to do some transformational work as opposed to performative work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There aren't any questions for you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us and offer your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 11, Judy Wilson.
Wilson, Waitkwaiatep. I'm a Secretary Treasurer of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. I'm here today representing the union, notifying City Council that of our support for Motion B2, implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in the City of Vancouver. Our Lower Mainland offices are within the City of Vancouver on Main and Hastings. I'd like to acknowledge our Lower Mainland offices are on the ancestral, unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. The union represents over half of the First Nations in the province. Many of the members living in Vancouver. Our main purpose since our founding in 1969 has been to remind the various governments that have imposed their jurisdiction on the respective territories of our inherent title and rights as the title holders of British Columbia. I would like to acknowledge with respect that I do not speak for Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, or Squamish, and I'm here today to speak on the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People from a human rights perspective. I note that the first line of the therefore be resolved in the motion that's being proposed is written that the Council aspires to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. My perspective is that the implementation cannot be an aspirational undertaking and must be a firm commitment. We can't have any more time to wait. The mandate is there from the Bill 41 in BC. They've already adopted it, working on their action plan, and the city has adopted it 8 years ago, I understand. And also the 3 host nations have come forward to support it. So we cannot wait to begin the implementation, as it too will take some time. So in the Union, BC and Chief's experience with both the province and federal government's processes to adopt and implement the UN Declaration has shown that that concrete actions developed with Indigenous peoples are required as part of the process to implement the Declaration. We hope that in the recommendations produced by the committee proposed in this motion will be heeded by the city leadership. The UN Declaration and its 43 articles constitute the minimum standards for survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples of the world. In BC, we've carried on the work of our ancestors to the right of the injustices of the past to ensure survival, dignity, and well-being of our people. The implementation of the UN Declaration by the City of Vancouver would be one pathway forward in that regard. I am cautious to call this an age of reconciliation, however, as that term has often rung hollow to Indigenous peoples. Instead, I'm hopeful that we're creating a society that understands and respects Indigenous peoples' human rights. I would hope the City Council will be part of this larger work by passing this motion in question. Cooksjam.
Great, and thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but I just really want to appreciate your taking the time to come to speak to us and the good work of the UBCIC.
Thank you.
And we are on, Councillor, to our final speaker, Yulia Grayban.
Yes, hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, so up to 5 minutes to address Council.
Perfect. So hello, my name is Yulia Scriabin. I am a resident of what is now Coquitlam on unceded Quiquetlam lands, and I am speaking on behalf of Justice Snow Pipeline. We are a group of settler undergraduate students at Simon Fraser University that advocates against infringements on Indigenous sovereignty and organizes against the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion for reasons relating to upholding Indigenous sovereignty, student safety, and the health of the environment and the surrounding communities. Justice No Pipeline supports Motion B2 on implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the City of Vancouver. We support the way in which it was collaborated on with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh leaders, and we support the establishment of the Task Force on implementing UNDRIP in the City of Vancouver, located in the appendix of this motion. We not only support this motion, but we expect that the Vancouver City Council will commit to implementing UNDRIP in full and that it aims to address the criticisms of the federal equivalent, Bill C-15. One such criticism is that there was a lack of adequate consultation with Indigenous nations. According to Kahnawake Mohawk Nation member Russ Diabo, quote, "Left out of this process, as they always are, were Indigenous rights holders, the actual Indigenous peoples from across the country," end quote. We expect the Council to take measures to ensure that Indigenous people are properly centered and represented in implementing UNDRIP principles in the ways that they deem appropriate. Another criticism of Bill C-15 is that it lacks the same amount of legal power as other federal laws. Diabo also states, quote, "If passed, Bill C-15 will be used by the Government of Canada to reinforce the status quo because the bill makes it clear that existing national laws, many of which violate Indigenous rights, will prevail over UNDRIP," end quote. We urge the Vancouver City Council to ensure that existing bylaws would not prevail over future UNDRIP legislation, and we expect the Council to discuss with Indigenous people about concerns with these future bylaws. Overall, the legislated UNDRIP principles should amplify the voices of Indigenous people in what we call Vancouver, not undermine them. In sum, Justice No Pipeline urges the Council not only to implement UNDRIP principles into city bylaws through Motion B2, but to ensure that Indigenous nations and communities are properly represented throughout the process, and that existing bylaws will not override future legislation related to UNDRIP. In the words of Dale Swampy of the Samson Cree Nation and president of the National Coalition of Chiefs, quote, symbolic gestures of reconciliation should not come at the expense of food on the table for Indigenous peoples, end quote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to council tonight. They have no questions, but again, very much appreciate you taking that time. Council, we are at the end of the speakers list, but as per our policy, I'm going to go over the names of individuals who are on the list, but were not on the line earlier, and just check with the clerk to see if they're on the line. So speaker 1, Abby Joffreys.
Chair Carr, not on the line.
Okay, speaker 2, Beth Keane.
Not on the line.
Great, and speaker 6, Harrison Johnson.
Also not on the line.
Okay. Okay, that ends our speakers list. Council, we've been in our chairs for 2.5 hours or more. I'm just going to suggest we take a quick 5-minute health break and come back to debate and decision on this motion. So 5 minutes. Okay, thanks, Council. Appreciate that little break. We, as I say, are into the speakers list. So we are now turning. We have the motion has been moved and seconded. So is there any discussion? Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I just want to take this moment to recognize both the speakers who signed up to speak and were able to remain on the list and speak to us this evening, and also the huge number of hours of people who went into developing this motion, talking through all of the various and important pieces, the leadership, particularly from Salem, from the Squamish Nation, in engaging the host nations and making sure that those voices were centered in the next steps of this conversation. You know, I think it's also worth recognizing, as we heard so clearly from Ginger, that this work doesn't come out of nowhere, that it's really rooted in a lot of work that's come before in the City of Reconciliation work that Ginger and others led, that a couple current councillors were part of on previous councils. So just to begin the discussion on this by saying this really is work that comes out of community and that has been led by Indigenous leaders, both from the host nations and urban Indigenous leaders over many years and in the development of this motion, and that is important in the way it goes forward, that this be led by those Indigenous voices and that we as council show up strongly again and again in commitment to implementing rights, to committing to reconciliation, and to moving this work forward in a way that really does address past harms, that addresses existing and current inequalities, and that creates a better life and a better future in the city for all of us, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. So I will leave it at that for now and have a few more words in closing. Thanks, Chair Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb, and did I hear Councillor DiGenova? Did you need a point of?
Thank you. I'm trying to connect to my remote desktop,
I could put you on the list.
Add me to the list,
yes,
please.
I will do that. Yep. Councillor Weeb, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward and all the work that's going on behind the scenes. I appreciate it. I had a few concerns and made phone calls to the Three Nations and other urban Indigenous groups, and the amount of work that's gone on to make this happen is pretty extraordinary. And there's a lot of people and a lot of work that has gone to get it to this point. All my concerns have been addressed. I think it's great that there's so much conversation happening. And I can feel the excitement from Ginger, who I respect in the work that she's done in reconciliation here in the city of Vancouver, the excitement in Salem and others. And so for me, in speaking with as many people as I did on this, the excitement is truly remarkable. And the excitement about ensuring that there's staff capacity and that this will be implementable. And this isn't just us sitting here and voting on something that might not happen. This is really, really, the timing's right. The importance of this has never been greater, and the leadership that's needed is here. So I want to thank everyone that's been able to bring this forward, and I look forward to the work that this can come and the changes we can make to ensure that this is a place that people can recognize for what it really is, and we can be connected back to the waters, land, and cultures in an area that we call Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I'm really happy to support this. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Boyle and the host nations and all the other Indigenous leaders for all of the work that they've done on this. I know it's been almost 2 years since the Red Women Rising report was finished, and it's been even more for the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report. And we still don't have implementation of their recommendations. And I'm hoping that we can use this motion and the task force that it calls for to actually put some teeth in changing and improving our relations with host nations and ability of white settlers like me to learn from them. There are life-threatening issues at play here: homelessness, poison drugs, discrimination in healthcare and everything else, child apprehension, violence against Indigenous women. And also, it just may be that if we do this right, that white settlers like me, if we do our learning properly, the ones of us that are immersed in the capitalist way of doing things can switch to a different model of caring and relationship that will benefit the whole world. And I'm also hoping that it can result in Indigenous people getting some of their land back and getting compensated for the land that they don't get back. And I'm hoping that this task force can put teeth in reconciliation so that it does the concrete things that are really meaningful. And yeah, just thanks to all the folks that worked on it. And I hope we can do it, folks. It's really
Great.
important.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm hoping for a point of information through you to the mover of the motion.
Go ahead.
And it's just to clarify, and I appreciate staff circulated some background information about type D advisory committees being, I think, mayor's committees or task forces. And I believe the terms of reference include, I think, up to additionally 3 other members of council, and just what the thinking is around how those councillors will be selected. Because I think currently the wording is that Councillor Boyle, you would be named to that committee at this time, and then how would we select up to 3?
Sure, great question. My assumption is that the process would be similar to many other appointments that we go through as a council, which are that councillors who are interested express interest. That goes to the mayor's council or the mayor's office, and then based on the mix, council knows we have of sort of seniority and vote counts that the positions would be filled then. So a mix of interest in that metric, though I certainly think there could be another way. The number was meant to both balance out, not overwhelming the representatives from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and also not being so high that it would need to be a clerked meeting each time, while also recognizing that as a council without a political majority, that we would want to make sure there was enough space that if there were councillors from across parties, for instance, that there was space for that for those voices to be represented.
Okay, thank you. And then, just one more question, just in regards to, I was noting the comments about from one of the speakers around the urban Indigenous community and the diversity of that community and the opportunity for example, the Métis Nation to be part of this dialogue and table that Cal Salem spoke about. And I know that they were signed up to speak, but then I think we're unable to with the change of schedule. Just wondering how that fits in here.
Yeah, it's also a great question and a really important piece of moving the work forward. So the folks I worked with in the development of this included a number of urban Indigenous leaders. There was a lot of discussion about what that right representation piece looks like, with a very clear commitment that it's crucial that urban voices are represented, particularly in a municipal context, though of course also should be the case within DRIPA and the Federal Act too. So the language that you see in the terms of reference is really wanting to make sure the host nations are sort of the first voices engaged on this, and then that there's also a clear commitment to reaching out. There isn't one urban Indigenous organization that is sort of representative of the whole diversity of urban Indigenous populations in the city. So wanting to make sure that structures are created and engagement created to hear from a broad diversity of those voices. And that is language, as you heard from the speakers, that was supported by the city's Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee, the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council also would have a role to play in that, and a whole host of other organizations who do important work or who have large populations here, including the Métis Nation, all part of that. Absolutely.
That's really helpful, and I really appreciate the clarity around the questions. And I'll be brief because I probably am running out of time. But it just in saying I'm supportive of the motion and the work that's been undertaken to get this to this stage. I think it's critically important in the context of not only being a city of reconciliation, but in the broader context of not only the UN, but the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the recognition that all levels of government have a role to play in this, including municipalities. I think that it will be important to be guided by the dialogue and work being undertaken in discussions provincially and federally in terms of, because the municipalities are essentially a creature of the province. They exist because of provincial statutes, and I think that's going to be really critically important that as you know, we're establishing this framework, as Councillor was talking about, in this table for dialogue, that that we're staying connected with our provincial and federal counterparts in this work. But I do think it's incredibly important as a city that we continue to advance this work. And so thank you, Councillor Boyle, for bringing the motion forward.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato and Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova, you may be muted.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Chair Carr, I'm in a situation where I won't be able to make all of my comments. Councillor Dominato asked a question for me, and I concur with what others have said. So if you also could mark me in favor for a vote of this, I am listening, but then I don't have to interrupt again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Great. Will do. Councillor Boyle to close.
Thank you, Chair Carr. I really appreciate all of this support from Council. I think it's really significant that that this work has historically at the City of Vancouver not only been collaborative with Indigenous communities across the city, but also has been cross-partisan. And so I want to lift up that I appreciate the commitment from my colleagues on this and support on this work. And also just to recognize, as we heard from speakers, that this is a exciting and significant and important moment. I think the timing is right. There's very good alignment with the province and support in collaborating and moving forward and in learning together what it looks like to adjust our laws, our bylaws, our processes to come into alignment with this important international human rights declaration. So glad to see that. I think the work that the federal government is exploring as well creates good alignment, and it's significant that Vancouver again is leading on this work. We have led on reconciliation work for quite a while, and I know municipalities and local governments across the country have looked to us, just as we look to Auckland, as an example of how to move this work forward. I expect that will continue to be the case. I hope that it will, because moving from important reconciliation work, continuing that into rights-based conversations is an important direction. And I will be very proud for Vancouver to be able to lead that work in collaboration with the incredible leaders that we have here from Musqueam and Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh nations and from urban Indigenous populations to get to continue to be leading on that work and modeling what it looks like for other local governments and collaborating with the province to move this forward. Really is an exciting opportunity. And so just again, wanted to lift up all of the leaders that got this work to this moment and who spoke in support and who I know we will get to work alongside in learning and unlearning in advancing this work. So thank you. Thank you for that, letting me make that speech. Thank you for your support in this work.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And Clerk, if you can take us to a vote on this. And Councillor DiGenova has asked for a vote assist, as you know. Councillor Kirby Young, you haven't voted yet?
And Chair Carr, that's correct. I did ask for a vote.
No, you did. We've done that. Councillor Kirby Young, yes, okay. That is a unanimous decision, Council. Great. So we have finished with that motion and on to the next, which is solidarity with Indian farmers. That's the former member's motion B3. It was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Boyle. So we can now hear speakers on this motion, and we are looking to, I think, the first speaker that has withdrawn, the second speaker, Beth Keane. Is Beth Keane on the line?
Chair Carr, we don't have that speaker on the line.
Okay, speaker 2 is Ravi Saru.
Speaker number 3, Ravi, is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 4, Gaurav Kisan.
I am on the line.
Oh, that's great. We can hear you clearly, so go ahead to speak to council for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, my regards to all the members. My name is Gaurav Kisan. I am a Canadian citizen and I work in Vancouver. I don't live there. I am here to oppose the motion. And I am a lawyer by profession. I am a lawyer in India. So I am speaking about this laws, the 3 laws that are under this motion, with full knowledge of the law. I would briefly discuss the 3 laws. These 3 laws let the farmers expand their produce and sell the produce to any place they want. It allows electronic trading and e-commerce for scheduled farmers. It prohibits state government from levying any market fees, cess, or levy on farmer, trader, or electronic trading platforms. The other laws, the second law, it provides legal framework for farmers to enter into pre-arranged contracts with buyers, including mention of pricing. It defines dispute resolution mechanism. The third law is it removes foodstuffs as cereals, pulses, and other items from essential commodities, and people can stock the food products. And there is a provision in the law which can stop this stocking if there is a scarcity of the food products. The bill was introduced in 14 September 2020, passed on 17 September 2020 in the lower house of the parliament. It was passed in the upper house on 20th September 2020. The bill received presidential assent on 24th September 2020 and it became a law. Now, do the points of the motion, the point 1. I would like to come about the Indian government made the changes to the agricultural laws without consulting the farmer organizations. Here I would like to state that the 3 farm laws were on anvil for last 20 years with setting up of National Commission on Farmers headed by the father of Indian Green Revolution, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. The National Commission on Farmers was constituted on November 18, 2004, submitted 5 reports between 2004 and 2006, and they consulted experts and farmer organizations. All these 3 laws are not formed overnight, and every state government and center were discussed and approved these drafts. The Congress-led UPA government, which was the previous government, put Swaminathan Commission report in cold storage. The then Congress government sat on the recommendations for 8 long years. In their manifesto of elections, the Congress and opposition parties were themselves planning to bring these laws in the past. but did not have the courage to implement them. In 2004, when Manmohan Singh, the previous Prime Minister, was PM, this draft bill was again discussed with the states by then Agriculture Minister Sharad Pawar. In 2007, during UPA rule, model APMC rules were published to remove monopoly of APMCs. APMCs are the marketplaces where the farmer is allowed to sell. In 2010, Pawar, the then Agriculture Minister, had written to Chief Minister for change in farm laws and opening of sector to private companies. Councillor Swanson, in her motion, is not correct in stating that Indian government made changes to agricultural laws without consulting the farmer organization. Regarding point number 2, there is no law for minimum support price in India. Even in Canada or world over, there is no law for minimum support price. Indian government has reiterated that minimum support price will be continued, and this government has over years increased the support price for 23 farm produce over the years. Essential Commodities Act has provisions that if there is shortage, then the measures of extraordinary circumstances come into effect. Please go through the provisions of the law so that, as I cannot discuss them due to lack of time. In disputes between farmers and corporations, they can get it resolved locally at sub-divisional magistrate within 30 days, or if not satisfied, they can approach the higher courts. Regarding point number 3, contract farming began in India almost 20 years ago, whereas the new law came in force only 6 months back. There has not been a single case of any corporate taking over the ownership of any farmland. There is no compulsion on farmers to do contract farming, and they can grow whatever they want on their land. Contract farming is prevalent in India and is entirely voluntary on part of farmers. Corporations like Nestle, Pepsi have been doing contract farming in India for over 20 years. I would like to give some examples of the recent law. In Aligarh, as a place in India, nearly 1,300 farmers entered into contract with a rice company to grow paddy. Today, their earnings have increased by 15 to 20%. In northern Gujarat, another province, nearly 2,000 farmers growing potatoes entered into contract with High Fun Food Processing Company. Today, the earnings of each farmer has increased by rupees 40,000 per acre. Similarly, in Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP, more than 22,000 farmers have entered into contract with Techno Agri-Science Limited for growing potatoes. Today, their earnings have increased by 35%. These are just few examples that I would like to give. Regarding point number 4,
if you could just wrap. Sorry, but you're just a bit over time, so you can make one last statement. But or actually,
okay. My last motion is that, being a Hindu, I live in Canada and I live in fear because of these motions. These motions point to us, and there is a divide between Sikhs and Hindus.
Great, thank you. You do have questions if you would like to stay on the line. Councillor Weed.
Yes.
Yes, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, my one question is, coming from a legal standpoint, how many of these whereases do you believe are incorrect on the factual evidence provided?
How many of these what?
How many of these whereases, because it's been stated by a few people that a few of these whereases are incorrect or misinformation, and I'm just wondering from your standpoint, which ones, you brought a few of them in, but are there other ones that you also feel do not have data or evidence to back the claims in the whereases?
Oh, warehouses are used to store grains. There are some private warehouses and there are government warehouses. Are you talking about these?
No, I'm talking about the whereases, like the first 9 points in the motion. How many of these do you feel? Yeah, you talked about a few of them were incorrect from your point of view.
Yes, I think point number 4 is correct, and the rest of the points. Point number 9 is absolute lie. Regarding point 1 to 3, I have already discussed.
Okay, so point 9, can you explain why you think that one is misinformation?
Okay, BC provincial government has joined all major federal political parties in speaking out against these legislative changes. Okay, this has not been done. Prime Minister has spoken and some member of parliament have spoken. But they have not spoken against the laws. They have spoken against the farmers who are agitating. It's not against the laws that they have talked. These laws are already there in Canada. If you are against these laws, then first change the laws in Canada.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your input today. Thanks for coming.
Great, and thank you. And you do have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes. You may be muted. Councillor Fry, we still can't hear you. Nope, still no sound. No, still no sound. Just while you're trying to get your sound together, I'm Councillor Fry. I'm just going to check to see that we have quorum because we can't see some of the councillors. So, Councillor Dominato, are you present? And Councillor Hardwick, are you present?
Chair Carr, no, both councillors are not on the lines.
So, do we have quorum right now?
Privilege. Councillor DeGenova, I just wanted to note I am here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Testing my audio.
Now that's good. But just before you go on, Clerk, do we have quorum?
Chair Carr, we have 7 right now, so we would need council to have video on so we can ensure we have quorum, please.
Okay, councillors, if you could keep your videos on for that purpose, that would be great. Councillor Fry, go ahead to the speaker with your questions.
Yeah, and Speaker, I do appreciate the legal context that you gave to and your background on this, and indeed there are items of controversy in this motion, but I'm wondering if we have heard pretty consistent calls from world leaders, and we've all seen the news about the protests in New Delhi and some of the sort of heavy policing of protesters and the farmers sort of standing up for their rights. Would it be fair to say that we need to have peaceful protests in India? We need to ensure that the rule of law is respected for everyone, and that should be a paramount consideration, regardless of the specifics of the Farm Act.
Yeah, peaceful protests should always be there. But unfortunately, at this time, the farmers went on rampage. They came to the Red Fort in Delhi and they attacked the police. They brought tractors in. They tried to change the national flag with Sikh Khalistan flag. So I don't think there is violence. And not, during this thing, not even one farmer was killed by police. One farmer died, and that was because of his own tractor incident. So it is up to the people who are protesting. They should be peaceful.
Yeah, and I think that's something that of value that we all share, and on behalf of our Indo-Canadian residents in Vancouver, want to ensure that their friends and families back home are safe, and democracy in India continues to flourish. So I thank you for your comments, and I just wanted to kind of clarify that. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fry, and that is it for your questions. So thank you for taking the time. Very much appreciated that you called in with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So moving on to Speaker 5, Sushil Nagar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me opportunity, and you guys are working really hard. I've been seeing you since 9 in the morning, and okay, here I go. First of all, we need to accept that agriculture reforms are very, very difficult in any country. It is always accompanied with division and controversy. And look at Canada. Our farmers and indigenous communities are always at loggerheads with government. The current farm laws in India are from 1950s and 60s, when famine were quite common. However, now there is a massive change. India has been in surplus for decades. I also would like to tell all the council members that while speaking right now, I'm aware that my life, my family, and my business are in danger. the farmer protest supporters have attacked Hindus like me with violence, threat, abuses, negative reviews on businesses, and even intimidating their employers because they are Hindus who do not see anything wrong with these laws. Few of my friends who do not have any opinion of these laws have also been attacked by these groups. We call them anti-India, anti-democracy Khalistani groups. I'm speaking on behalf of more than 500 million farmers today who will be benefited by these laws. India is a huge country. Just to put that into perspective, here's the statistics. Population of Canada is only 2.5% of total population of India. So few hundred or few thousand protesting against these laws might sound a lot for us Canadians. However,